So, how this game works is that we, as you will find, we can decide whether you want to play the tutorial so you get the full plot in a minute, but it is effectively a roguelike. You go through the game, you will fail. In failing, you will unlock points that you can spend to make your next run better, and you go through. Now, normally I bounce hard off of that type of game because it just doesn't feel like progression to me, but the way this works and the setting just makes it work so well, because it just feels like you are all of these different waves of human, like, scattered elements trying to reach the Galactica, and eventually one of them is going to get there. And because the odds are stacked against you so much in Battlestar Galactica anyway, it feels like just like it's the most natural fit for a scenario and a type of gaming ever. Can I be Dr. Boltar? Sozy, you will always be Dr. Boltar to me. Also, by the way, they're asking if well, they're already talking about maybe if I'll do a talk at TwitchCon again next year, or a panel session at TwitchCon next year again on history and gaming and academia and gaming. I am absolutely going to give you a shout if you fancy doing something at TwitchCon with me and Dr. Alex. I think you'd enjoy it. Will you be there? Are you at this TwitchCon? Are you, or you will be there to join me for whatever? Because if you're at this TwitchCon, hit me up over next year. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Right. So I've done the Twitch integration. Poll duration is 20 seconds. We'll up that to 40 and see how that works. So, I don't think there's anything else we need to... game, can you remember that setting, maybe? Guessing it's just decided it's not going to remember any settings. Okay, well, you've got 20-second polls. Yeah, I think we've got all of that stuff is fine. I mean, possibly because we won't be able to change it anyway. Might be playing on Linux thing. So, I'm not going to go with my ongoing save here. We will go with an empty one. Now, chat, do you want me to do a tutorial run so that you get almost the intro and the intro plot? I feel like that's probably a good idea, isn't it? I'm quite happy to do that. Oh, actually, favors won't continue if you start a tutorial run. I tell you what we'll do is we'll start this and we'll watch the intro and then I'll quit out. No tutorial, we stay confused like humans. I'm going to do this just because right at the beginning you get a little bit of flavour, and then we will quit out of that and then we will start a regular run. What once was the capital of the 12 colonies has been turned into a living nightmare. Nuclear explosions, scorching forests, vaporizing lakes, razing cities to the ground. By the gods! Why is nobody answering our hails? Where is the colonial fleet? Those Gunstars, why aren't they moving? Because, of course, in-universe, the Cylons, the newer ships, the Cylons have basically just managed to just hack. Hippolytus to units nearby requesting immediate assistance. As the captain speaks, he noticed that the Dradis screen blips repeatedly. Space radar! Yesterday, Cylons were almost mythical. Today... Oh, we got Cylon Raider incoming. So basically you do that and you do that. So you get the idea? Right. We will now skip the tutorial. So I think the rest of the flavour you get from basically just a regular start, so... So, we have a choice to make right at the beginning. So, there are a couple of... Oh no, we can... Oh no, we don't. We can only do a Wanderer's run. So this is a balanced fleet led by a Callisto-class Gunstar protecting a mining ship and a botanical cruiser. Core system is old tech, which means all repair costs are reduced by 33%. So this is what we're starting as. That's us fleeing Caprica. The CIC is quiet. Your XO and CAG read the transcript of the message from Commander Adama. So we have a plan, a goal. Yeah, so we're going to try and find the Galactica. I'll do it for now. The fleet will love this. This could really boost morale. By the way, if you read the reports, the underworld is asking for our assistance. A group of workers is using the chaos of the Cylon attack as an opportunity to clean the fleet. They'll attack underworld agents if we do nothing. And by agents, you mean thieves, loan sharks, and swindlers? Is that really a problem? That's not the point right now. We might need them later. So one of the things you get in this is you have to balance the opinions of the three different core groups that are under you in the three. So workers, which is effectively civilians, military, which is obviously your fleet, and underworld, which is the underworld. So decisions you make will increase or decrease opinions of those groups, and that will have positive and negative consequences. Oh yeah, I'll probably move myself, actually. Let me move my little camera. Let's see where we'll go. I suspect probably... Nope, wrong thing. Is camera locked? See, that should be locked. Right, I'm actually going to put myself up here, maybe. Because although that covers up the fleet health... Oh, actually, we'll go... Where are we going to go? We'll try down there. And I'll reduce myself down a bit. There you go. Someone who's seen, some never seen the show but heard good things. Will hold up now if I go and watch it. I rewatched the first sort of mini series of it, which is and yes, is the short version. Go watch the mini series of it. If you're in the UK, it's actually all up on ITVX. You can just watch it. So fleet status at the moment, we have fair relations, and this is their power indicator. So, and healthcare and maintenance are important as well. This is the armor level on our main ship, our Gunstar. This is our overall fleet health. So the more that the fleet, when the fleet health reaches 0, if the fleet health reaches 0 at any point, it's game over. We have these resources, which we'll get used to, but be aware that this is effectively fuel. So it's your action points plus it powers your faster than light drive. This is supplies. So like food and ammunition and medicine. This is usable scrap, which you use to upgrade ships and repair things. And this is nukes, which are a rare weapon that are going to basically allow you to really shoot shit out of everything. Is this game based on different groups of survivors? Yeah, so we are effectively a Gunstar, so almost think like a space frigate that managed to flee with a bunch of civilians from one of the other planets, and now we've received a message from Galactica, so now we're trying to herd our civilians towards the Galactica. So reaching the Galactica is our end goal. So let's say we can do, let's save the underworld, i.e. we get a boost with underworld power and worker opinion decreases, or we can increase worker opinion, worker power, and the underworld opinion decreases. So let's start a Twitch poll. So I think basically if you do exclamation mark A or exclamation mark B, you will now be able to vote. It might need to be capitalized, but let's give it a go. Now we're getting some votes in up here. So the integration works, that's quite nice. So most of you going for the workers, bunch of communists, a lot of you. Yeah, well I agree with that. I'm kind of with you on that one, so really don't need the tutorial tips. So let me supervise this. Cleaning the fleet before we try to reach the Galactica is good optics. So this is our ragtag fleet that we're beginning with. So we have a ship called, so this is our Gunstar, the Yatagan. And this is all slightly procedurally generated. So these are characters that we can assign to do different things. These are areas of the ship. And these, in this sector, before we jump to the next sector, are the big missions that are available in this sector. And this, down in the bottom corner, where you see the 9 with the numbers, that's how many turns we've got left in this sector. The red thing indicates that in turn 3, a danger, a negative event of some kind is going to happen. So right now we have 2 outstanding things that will cause negative outcomes. So you can see one of them is going to be a fleet health drop, and the other one is going to be an armor drop on our ship, and they need to be resolved in some way within 8 turns. Can you acquire more ships? Yes. So your missions will allow you to acquire more ships. They give you options to acquire more weapons, to acquire more squadrons, all that kind of stuff. So let's look at who we've got. So at the moment we've got Nia Demiti. So she has a trait of exo defense strategy, which means as long as this hero is assigned to a Gunstar weapon, the gun gains damage resistance, the ship gains damage resistance. We have a CAG, so head of our air group. So she gives a boost to damage across all allied squadrons. And we have a Chief Tech, who gives fleet upgrades in the R&D lab are cheaper based on his level. When we do these things, we can choose to do them without a character, in which case we get that amount of gain, or we can do them with a character, which gets us that amount of gain. Before we do anything, there's a little blue marker here which says something's going on in the bar. And this is we can discuss a special perk to begin because we're at the beginning of the game. Ah, Commander, I've met an interesting fellow here, a scientist, an expert in armament systems. She says she could help with upgrades or even new systems for the Gunstar. What do you say? Now, we could do a thing that's plus 20% to all damage dealt by allied units, weapons, or effects, and plus 20 speed to all squadron gains, but only for 2 sectors. Or we can gain an auxiliary system that it'll be of common ranking. I'm going to not poll this one because I think this is just a really obvious choice. It's that kind of thing of why would I take a temporary benefit for 2 sectors when I can get a permanent ongoing benefit? So we now have fireproof resin coating on our ship. Remove Gunstars and civilian ships' major critical threat thresholds leftmost. That's quite nice. So, ship health is visible here, and when the Cylons attack, if they get through and attack our ships, that health is going to go down. When they hit these markers, bad things will happen in narrative terms. So what that has just done is it's just removed the lowest one of those barriers for each of our ships, because there should be a red one around here. So that's quite nice. So, in our hangar, we've got 3 ships available to us at the moment, which is nice, but I don't think we'll be able to fly out with 3 ships. Because if we have a look at our ship, so we have Squadron Dock unlocked to level 2, which allows us to field 2 squadrons at the same time. We probably do want to push for that really, really quickly. Which is going to cost us 288 scrap. But that would give us a 3rd squadron dock, which would mean that we could deploy all 3 of our fighters at the same time. Because right now we'd need one of them to get destroyed before we'd have to be able to just deploy another one. Various other things on here are all going to get benefits, so weapons based on the ship, like all the different things there. So yeah, like we'll dig into those a bit, but our priority is probably making it so we can get 3 ships out. So for that reason, it makes sense for us to do this mineral one and to allocate a person to it. So we're going to make our XO be in charge of that. And that's going to give us 74 scrap, which gets us on the way to a reasonable amount of scrap. This stuff is required to power FTL jumps and to you spend it, as you saw when I do one of these things on the side. So I think unavoidably we absolutely are going to have to allocate someone to get some more fuel. And that should take us to this turn, which triggers our first potential crisis. So this is where you're going to get to vote again, chat. Lost civilians. It's a new crisis. Incredulity ripples through the CIC. Only minutes earlier, a civilian shuttle peeled away from the fleet and then disappeared from the Dradis entirely. Those civilians wanted to help, Commander. They must have had a goal in mind. I'm sure of it. I just don't know what it was. And now they're lost in space, unable to communicate with us, and we have no idea where they went. Sato seems to be lost. It happened so fast. We should follow protocol, sir. Interrogate potential witnesses, exploit their last known location. It's a waste of time. Sir, let me look for them. I'll miss our next few jumps, but I'll rejoin the fleet, I promise. He appears extremely confident. Ooh, we have a Cylon attack. Torty Cylon attack. You're too early for lunch. Way too early for lunch. He appears extremely confident, as if the gods themselves have entrusted him with this mission. If anything goes wrong, you'll be lost on your own, and we need you, G. Let me lead the investigation. So, basically how this works is we could do this, which means if we will have a bunch of challenges we're going to need to complete, and that's going to cost us supplies or people to do them. So it's going to take us time to do 1 or 2 of these things. So most likely it will cost us a whole bunch of supplies to do those actions, or we'll have to allocate a person to those actions, which means we can't then allocate them to other things. So that is option 1. Or we can do what's called bypassing the crisis, which means we don't have to complete all of those things, but we get a negative effect of some kind. Negative effect for us here would be that we lose our chief engineer for 2 sectors. So effectively for the next 2 jumps, well, for this sector and the next one, we will not have access to him. We can't allocate him against his ship. We can't use him for sidebar actions. Basically, he's gone off on a ship to try and find the civilians. He will succeed. There's no risk to his health, but it just means we don't have him available for the next 2 turns, or the next 2 sectors. So get your opinions in, chat. Are we doing the chain of events and having to do things on that? Or are we sending him off for 2 sectors? Cece's looking very pretty this morning. She always looks sectors. 2 sectors is so many turns. It is. This is true. But don't forget, he only has 1 action point per sector that can be allocated against things. So, on balance, they are 2. This is one of those decisions like that I think is actually pretty 50-50. Like, some of them, there's very clear, or to me, there are very clear things. So the winning choice is A. So just to give you a bit of metagaming, I probably would normally have gone B. Just because we're right at the beginning of the game, and if you're going to lose your chief engineer for 2 sectors, now is the time to do it. But they're both sort of 50-50. Right, start investigating. And this actually means you get to see how an investigation works. So what this means now is we now have this. Within the next 10 turns, we don't want to get 100 negative fleet health. We need to complete both of these objectives. We need to explore sectors area, which can either spend 1 person to do, or it will cost us 4 supplies. And we need to interrogate the passengers, which will cost us 2 supplies, or 1 person's thing. We don't have to do them in this sector. We just have to do them within 10 turns. But it does mean we've got all of our people still available. So instinctively, I think what we probably want to be doing is we do want to make the benefit of getting that 8 supplies. And these, by the way, whenever they do these things, they build up experience. So you can see they're building up experience here. So when they level up, we'll get options. Now, I think what we therefore do is we maybe pay the 2 to resolve this one now. But in the next sector, we're going to then need to make the choice as to whether we're spending an action for someone to do the other one or spending 4 supplies. You don't have to explore the sectors while you're in the sector. It doesn't say we need to. It just says like within the time limit. So I think we're all right. Because these things can be randomly generated at different times. I think it deliberately doesn't do that because the risk otherwise is you get it right at the end and you don't have anyone else you can do. So we're going to spend 2 now to interrogate the passengers. We have another issue that's popped up. Word the underworld is handling security aboard Tycho. This is not appreciated by the military who are supposed to be handling it themselves. You ask me, it's easy. We should be the ones controlling every ship in the fleet. How do you want to handle this, Commander? So, remember that at the moment we have fair relations with everyone. So, this is going to damage our relations with one of the factions. And so, really what this comes down to, chat, is this a game where we're going to favour the military or are we favouring the underworld? It's probably the best way to think of this. So, get your votes in now. Personally, I would probably go military, but I accept that some of you might be evil underworld people. Actually, to be fair, 20 seconds is more than long enough for these polls, isn't it? General consensus is B. I can't see that skewing the other way. Oh, I don't know. No, B it is. So we now have tense relations with the underworld. So this means that they're not going to give us any positive opportunities, and there is a chance that when we get these crisis moments, they will be related to the underworld. So we still have 4 turns left to potentially resolve these things. This one would give us a 200 hit on our ship's health, and this one would give us a 40 hit on our fleet health. So we have a potential hull breach which would cost 4 supplies to fix, and we have panicked passengers which we could fix for 4. I think we're going to take both of these hits because that is a lot of supplies to lose in this first sector when we're only just starting out. I don't expect us to get that far with this run. So actually, I think taking the hits early is not a bad thing. The resources are more valuable to us at the moment. So if we're not resolving those, we still technically have 5 turns left here. So what we can actually do is when we're on this, we can start doing things here like harvesting, investing in scrapping. Like, so it takes 2 turns, but we can get plus 20 scrap. We spend 2 turns to emergency crop harvest. I think at the moment we're quite low on fuel, so I want to do at least 2 turns of fuel, or 2 to get 1 fuel. And then we've got a... might have a problem aboard the Tycho, some kind of outbreak. Half my crew's sick, nothing too serious so far, but my doctors are a bit lost. They think it could be a natural response to stress, common cold even, but they're not sure. Any advice? When is it worth using a person rather than taking one of those hits? So, if I'd had like 4 people and we'd done all of our sidebar things and I had 1 spare, I would definitely use a person to do it. Similarly, supplies. Often what I've found I will do is if a thing only costs 2... because everyone only gets 1 action per sector. So what I will often do is it's sort of circumstantial. But I do tend to find that if I can just spend 2 supplies to solve a thing, that's definitely better value than doing... like spending a whole person's action point on it if I can use that person for something else. Like, for example, like it might be that I could send a person to collect supplies, which is going to give me 8 supplies. And then I could spend 2 of those supplies to solve the action. Well, I've got a net gain then of 6 supplies. So it tends to be a bit of a sometimes thinking about it as you come into a sector. But yeah, let's deal with this hantavirus outbreak. So we could take preventative action, which is going to give us a situation to handle, or we can ignore it and hope it goes away. Which one are you going to do, chat? If that will generate one of those things like we were just looking at, where we're going to either need to use a person or spend supplies to deal with it. I'm seeing lots of A's. I think A's winning that one. Pandemic says go early and hard. Okay, let's take preventative action. So we now have a new one here. And for 2, we can avoid that. So I think that is one where we go, yeah, actually that's worthwhile. It does take us a turn to do it. So it's used up a turn. So we do have these 2 left. Now at this stage, I'm quite happy to take the hit to our armor, because we can always repair that later. It's like it's not a huge negative. 40 to our fleet health isn't great, but it could also be worse. So I think both of those we're going to accept that we're just going to have to they're going to hit us, and that's fine. And then I think what we're going to do is we're going to do some scrap harvesting. So you saw there, we took the hits on both of those. We're going to get another 20 scrap. And now we've reached the end of the sector. We have Cylons to worry about. Really like the art style of this, by the way. So you get this nice sort of voxel style here. But when you're on the ships, you get that pixel art style. It's really nicely done. Start battle. So this is where the RTS element kicks in, but what I really like about it is you can pause to give commands out. So we have to make a choice here in which sector we're going for. So if we go to this sector, we're going to get events that will help us with that. So that'll be a scrap thing. It's going to be at least 2 scrap ones there. There'll be some fuel, potentially some supplies, and potentially some supplies. Or we go here, where we've got drifting equipment, which might give us some systems or weapons, a temple site, and a crash site, which is either going to give us a hero or a squadron. Now, normally I'd go there. So temples, they give you something called fate points. And fate points means that next time round, you get more points to spend on giving yourself more scrap to start with or stuff like that. The option of getting people and or a squadron or a weapon, and that's some quite high value stuff down there. So whilst that on the surface would be a good option, I think there's no guarantee we're going to get these options again. So I think we're going to go for that. still have people actions available. No, so we'd used all 3 of our people. But this is another reason why getting a person early, an extra person quite early, would be quite nice. Because actually that means then we've got 4 people with 4 actions. So, what I didn't do was assign anyone to any roles. So we're just going out vanilla. So that's my fault, but it is what it is. We'll do it next term. So I do need to move myself slightly. So we'll go up here. So how this works, we have to hold off the Cylons for 2 minutes until we reach a point where we can jump to safety. We can emergency jump, but it's going to cost us 4 of our precious fuel resource. So we really want to avoid that unless we absolutely have to. So just be aware of that. As you can see, you always go into battle with 2 civilian ships. So these are lurking outside. We have our Gunstar behind that. We have some weapons and they have cooldowns. So it's almost best to think of this as sort of a bit tower defensy. So we have an offensive flak gun, which fires a barrage of continuous shots, damaging all units in the target area, which will include our own. Or we have a nuclear launcher. Now remember, we only have 2 nukes, so we really can't use them unless we know we really need to do them. And we have 2 fighter slots, and we have 2 ships deployed to them. We could change this around to have different ones, but actually I think this is probably the best balance to launch with. So we have a Viper, which is a very quick fighter with a short range but high damage rate when it gets in there. And we have a Raptor, which is effectively artillery support. So I'm going to deploy them out. And then we see what the Cylons get up to. So we need to hold them off for 2 minutes. I see, like all true heroes, we've deployed the ships for escorting between us and the enemy. Yeah. So, so we know that in a few seconds, two Cylons are going to spawn here. So they're 2 strikers. So basically 2 generic sort of fighter types. So we're going to try and engage them outside of the range of them getting close enough to do damage to our ships. Another striker there, spawning there in 2 minutes. And it's lobbing missiles, and it's fired a missile at our gunship. Missiles do a huge amount of damage. So we just need to be ready to deal with that missile. And a nice thing with Vipers is they auto-attack based on anything that comes into their range. So we've got another minute and 20. Everyone only runs yet? No, so on my for this stream run we've started right from scratch. And welcome to the chat, Ritsujin. I've done 5 runs on a different one on a different save, and with those, I've made it. The furthest I've made it so far is about half, so past the 2nd base star turning up. Now we don't want to get too far away from our ships here, because Cylons can spawn anywhere. And our weapons are charged now, so we don't want to use our missiles unless we really have to. What we can do is use our flak. And I really like this because it shows you where those ships will be by the time your flak reaches the area. So we're going to go there so they fly straight into it. Which means that you can handle that, and you'll be able to handle that. I'm hoping the flak takes them out, but it might not. Took one of them out. It's not going to take that one out, so you take that. So one of our civilian ships is now under attack. We've got to watch out for that missile. good news is it's actually firing at the Galactica, I think, or at our gunship, our Gunstar, which obviously is a better option for us because we have more Gunstar health. Now we're down to 44 seconds, so we don't really want to be getting too far away from our Gunstar now. The Yatagan. Oh, give over. Terrible flying. So we just took a missile hit on that civilian ship. Luckily it didn't do a huge amount of damage. That one will though, because it's a nuke. So we need to make sure we kill that. We've got 20 seconds left. So take this out and we should be fine. For reasons that will become clear. So we're down to 9 seconds and you can see it's ramping up what it's deploying. Now, if we jumped out with these ships still out here, these squadrons still out here, they'd take an enormous amount of damage. So what this is now is the lads, we need you to run back to the ship. So part of it is balancing when you need to run back and when you don't. We escaped. So we can gain 20 fleet health, we can gain Forged in Battle, which gives our squadron some XP. Now we're going to go with giving the ships XP, because what the ships do is they have different properties, and now we're in a new sector. I'll show you what some of those things do. Yeah, combat landings indeed. Fleet status is nominal, Commander. Entire Gunstar goes quiet for a second as the FTL drive enters its cooldown state. The Cylons keep finding us. How is this possible? You nod quietly. Your XO is right. This isn't normal. We need to get away from the colonies, away from all known new routes. Go quiet until we can reach the Battlestar Galactica. Agreed. Should we start looking for the next potential sector to jump to, Colonel? Affirmative. We need to get away from those toasters. You know it's the right answer. It's protocol even, yet it still feels wrong and spineless. So, about ships. Civilian ships can be leveled up, and as they go up levels, each civilian ship does different things. So as you can see here, currently we have a mining ship, and that's giving us 30 scrap per jump, which will go up if it's a higher level. Yes, thank you, Torty. And we also have a botanical cruise, which is giving us 3 supplies per jump, and again that will go up based on level. So, first things first, let's look at the things we know we're definitely doing. So what we can do here is we can choose to gain a person or we can gain a squadron. I think we are going to do this. And we'll use our XO. And we're biased here towards hopefully getting us person, but we will see. Excellent, because her action is now immediately available to us. So she is a hero heals 1 health at the start of every new sector, which is useful. I mean, if we made it to that far in the game, it would be useful. You can see we can now level our XO up, so we can give her traits. So we can either give her all assigned squadron abilities or weapons gain 10 radius. Our abilities gain 20%, 5% duration, or we can get fleet health plus it goes up every time a base resource is spent. It's probably actually the most useful to us in this run, in this first run, so we'll go with that. We're definitely also doing this one. She's already an XO and doesn't know trigonometry yet. Yeah. We got an advanced warfare lab. Decay, frail, confuse, immobilize, slow, stun, and weak duration are increased by 50%. I'm not convinced that's that useful to us this run, because we don't really have anything at the moment that's applying any of those status effects. And I feel that therefore, actually, weirdly, we're better off scrapping this. Because remember, we're trying to get to a point where we can throw out 3 ships. So we're actually going to scrap that. Our CAG has leveled up. Every time an assigned Gunstar weapon destroys an enemy unit, there's a 33% chance, but the Gunstar weapons do less. I don't think we want to do that. Every time a squadron destroys, 30% chance to gain things. I think actually every jump, one random civilian ship that is not already at max level gains 30 XP. That's going to pay for itself very quickly, especially this early in the game. Because that effectively means that like these are going to level up much faster. The only status effect we're interested in is setting the enemy's HP to 0. Now, we do need to do this, or we're going to get our fleet health hit, so we do need to assign someone to do this. The question is whether we assign someone, or whether we spend the goods to do it. We do have 2 people left, so I think we are going to assign someone. I have good news. We've managed to pinpoint the location of the lost civilians. Copy that. All we need now is rescue. Wait a minute. Something's happening on the Dradis console. Something bad. A distress signal. They're being attacked. Of course, sir. Oh, we left it too late. We needed to do that 1 turn earlier because it was going to give us a follow-on event. So that's just something to learn for next time. We learned our lesson. But we would have had a fight that we would have done that would have resolved that. An issue that requires our attention. She wants to improve her morale, or we can improve healthcare. I don't feel this is a big decision. I'm just going to go healthcare. Don't really care about her morale. Not that enemy koi. Well, I think Torties are the Cylons. Oh, so we could give him Instructor as well, which means our ship's going to level up very, very quick. Or we give him, this hero always suffers minimal possible damage, if any, when resolving risky situations. It's probably useful having someone with that. We'll go with that. Now, if you notice, our fleet health is very, very bad now. So we do kind of need to not take any more fleet damage. Torties can't be Cylons. Cylons have a plan. True. So, we're in the bar. We have chat with maintenance. 1 random squadron games +5 for the next battle. We'll take that. Nice. So, what I didn't do last time was assign pilots to ships, which I should have done. So we're going to assign our CAG to that, because she's got a trait that allows her to be assigned to that. And we should be able to assign our XO to our offensive flak battery. So that's good. Right. So we do have stuff to do here. We've got the crisis coming up. In theory, we've got the temple we could visit. But let's get to our crisis first and see what it is. The CIC needs you, Commander. Tylium theft happens because our relationship with the underworld is tense. Chief Tech enters the CIC. So this is Tylium, it's our fuel. Trustworthy source says there's an ongoing plan to steal fuel from the Gunstar, sir. We can't let that happen. Of course, but we should look into this and try and solve it quietly on our own. I know people. Why quietly? Afraid people will start disliking you? I say we increase control for a while, apply pressure. It will send a message. The only message it will send is that we're brutal and that people shouldn't feel safe in the fleet. Sir, trust me, We make things my way, we can stop this quietly without having to scare everyone in the fleet. So, we can bypass it, which means we get plus 20% to all fleet health losses for 2 sectors. So for the next 2 sectors, anything that hits this bar is going to do 20% more damage. Or we can start an event where we're going to need to resolve this pretty sharpish, because otherwise we're going to start losing 1 Tylium every 3 turns. It's not 3 sectors, every 3 turns. So what are you going to do, chat? Make your choices. I'm seeing a lot of A's. Also do it sharpish. We have no fuel and no spare fleet health. Yep. Both are not great, but we're very low on fleet health. We are. With 4 characters, even the event should be easier to resolve quickly. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, and I think we haven't used our last character's action yet. So, we need to achieve at least 2 of these. So we can ambush a suspect at the meeting point, which is a person or 4 supply. And the risk here is a person might take a health injury. And the risk is we might take up to 25 fleet health damage. We can infiltrate the underworld group, which is the same, but the risk cost is much bigger. Or we can interrogate the passengers, which has no negatives, but is going to cost 6. So partly it depends on how much you want to YOLO, chat. I think we need to resolve this very quickly, which does mean we're probably not going to get to the temple. But that's fine, because I think we've only got 1 character left who's got an action point to spend. Frankie Batsu, thank you for the follow. And Gorkster. Did I thank you already? I can't remember. So, I feel like maybe we gamble on... it's going to use 4 supply, but I think we gamble on that one. And we see what damage we get. So it can be anything between 0 and 25. Oh! Apparently we didn't take any damage, and because that other person's got that status thing that increases things whenever we spend stuff, we actually gained 2 fleet health. So we got away with that one. Then we might as well do this, because if we're going to spend a person anyway, this way they're not going to get any health damage. Reports from the investigation just dropped, and the suspect is indeed an engineer. Seems she's being manipulated by the underworld. What do we do now? We wait, then catch the would-be thieves red-handed. I have no doubt that the military have their reasons to believe so, but should we intervene? This kind of chaos never brings anything good. What do you think? The underworld has been harassing my crew. They want supplies. They say something bad will happen. What shall I do? I mean, I'm going to guess we're not doing that on the basis that we're almost out of supplies already anyway. So, the underworld really don't like us. So we need to achieve at least 2 of these. That's going to cost us 4 supply. Like, I think realistically we're going to lose some Tylium here anyway. So we might want to save this stuff for the next sector. Cornexo, thank you for the follow. Because realistically we're not going to do 2 of these. Spend all our supply to do it. I think what we have to do is If we spend 2 turns doing this, that's going to counteract the loss we're about to get. Worth doing the temple. We could do, actually. Thing is, it's going to cost us 1, so we just lost 1 fuel. We're going to need 1 for the evacuation jump. So if we do the temple, we're going to spend another Thylium. So I think we just can't afford to. I think we just have to mine some Thylium. And do we have everyone assigned? I think we've got everyone assigned who can be assigned, yep. Let's deal with some Cylons. So we can jump there where they've got a trade beacon. So we could trade for stuff. It's got a refinery wreck. It's got a science station. We're definitely not doing an elite Cylon battle. We do have a military outpost, and we do have a shipwreck. I feel like that's actually the better option for us. So we jump in there. Can we upgrade the squadron command to get 3? I think we should be able to in the next sector, because I think we'll have enough scrap. We could do an elite Cylon briefly, very briefly. I think I definitely wouldn't enjoy this game if I couldn't pause it. Right, so I think we get them there, so we get them as they're coming into it. I do like the artillery ship, it's got a nice range. If you had the 3 ships, I think you could do the elite easily. Yeah, I mean, so the one time I tried an elite so far, I got my ass handed to me. But I think that was as much because it wasn't particularly clear on what objective the objective was. That's my one criticism. Yeah, is there a limit to how often I can use the flat guns? Because the damage taken, a critical threshold has been crossed for one of your ships. Oh no! You see this little number here? That's the countdown until the cooldown until the flat gun is available again. So we've got 13.2 seconds before we can use the flat gun again. Like, I will be amazed if we take this run past the first base star, to be honest. Does each sector last the same number of turns? I'm not sure. So we'll send him out to deal with the raiders. I think you're going to focus on that one. These raiders are like one-shot kills. Lunar Wolf, thank you for your resubscription. Now I think we're going to want to put some flak up here again. And I think we go there. Well, we're going to... really benefit from all of them, so let's just go there. You focus on that. You try and take that one down without getting shot by your own flak. Shooting our civilian ships, chat. 35 seconds to go. should be alright, I think. Basically, we'll hang back a bit. You go get the raiders. As long as they're targeting the Gunstar, we're actually kind of better off. Right, we're down to 14 seconds. So I feel like we are probably going to make a run for it. You get a shot on that one. And let's lob some flak up there. And then we're going to dash for the... hopefully... Right, now you take on that one. Three seconds. Get back. How we doing? Run! Run! Run, little ship! Go! We could gain fleet health. I'm going to take the critical effect sustained, but doesn't cause a cost. I think that is quite useful for us. So the good news is we do have a fuel event in this sector, and we do have, yeah, I think it's always nine things. This is very stressful. Yep. So got 4 people. We can go to the bar first. Let's see what options we've got in the bar. We can have a drink with Nia Demeti, that'll improve her morale. We can gamble supplies, that never ends well. Or we can play Triad with the Underworld, which should improve their morale slightly. So it doesn't quite take us up to not having tense relations with them, but it's a bit better anyway. Right, well, we're definitely going to need to do the fuel. So if we use her, it gains 2 fleet health. And we're up to 5. Some tension aboard the Twilight Chaser. Dockers are using an empty deck, but Navy personnel wants off limits. You need to make a choice and fast. Okay, are we biasing towards the dockers, i.e. the workers, or the military? We might also need to do some repairs. I don't think we're surviving past the first base star on this run, but we'll see. You really are a bunch of little communists, aren't you, chap? So the information is effective. We've got fair relations with both workers and military at the moment. This might be enough to drop them into not having fair relationships, or it might be enough, not enough to do that. The one thing I do wish it would do is tell you whether it was going to result in a change in status on this, because it sometimes does and sometimes doesn't. Ooh, we got a bit Brexited. The military wins. People's Soviet of the Yatagan Fleet loses out. So, like, if you notice there, it didn't do it enough to drop us into tense with the workers. So I get the feeling that there's, like, for each of these status things, like, you get one above and then you get an improvement. So you get, like, 2 bursts to get up and 2 bursts to go down a level. And I just wish it would kind of tell you which of those you're on. There's a progress bar per status. Is there? I've not seen one. This is power. This isn't progress. This is their influence. The more influence, so there can be things that increase influence, and there can be things that creates. So this is reputation, and this is their influence. So they're slightly different things. It's probably a score out of 100, but you don't see it. It's going to be something like that. I just wish it would give you at least a message that says, if you take this option, you are dropping to 10s, or if you take this option, you're going to increase to the next stage. I think it'd just be a nice life touch. Right, we do need to address this, which is annoying, but we do need to do it. So we could assault a rebel group, which has a health risk or a risk of damage to one of our people. This one we could do, which has no risks at all. I feel like we're going to spend people on this one, because we don't have a lot of stuff to spend people on in this sector anymore. We've still got only one thing we can left theoretically to spend things on. Are there any events that just give a flat boost to your relationship with one of the factions? Yeah, there are a few. There are a few. Or what it might do is boost relations at the cost of power of a different faction. Why don't we give the Underworld some estate privileges so we can have a parliament? Yep. Can our chief engineer fix our ships? So you spend scrap to fix ships. So we are going to do that probably on the Tycho in a second. So we have someone, if I remember, who always takes the minimum health damage. It's him. So if we assign him to one of the high-risk ones, he's not going to take any damage. So if we assign him to that, it resolves without issue. So we lost a bit of Tylium again. This is why we need to resolve this one. And I think we do that one, because we can do it for free. If we use her, it'll level up. Good news, sir. The underworld thieves are in the brig. The engineer is quite distraught. Can't say I blame her. We were hoping for more than this, weren't we? A moment passes. Your XO suddenly seems very far away. You pat her back. We should keep an eye on the underworld, right? They tried once. They're likely to try again. Yep. Keep an eye on them. And what about their stash? All right, sir. We found some hidden products and reagents. So we can get -20 to all health fleet loss for the current sector. That's not really that useful to them. We'll keep the supplies. So we do have an event here that might need to be resolved, but we're not going to be able to resolve it because we've also got another event that needs resolving. So whatever that is, that's going to break out. Unused nanofiber fabric without asking anyone decided to keep it for themselves. Thing is, nanofiber is used for ship maintenance. So we can improve our maintenance but deteriorate our military relationship, or we can increase our military relationship and damage our maintenance state. So get your votes in, chat. We just favoured the military, so now we can unfavour them a bit. Yeah, exactly. So I suspect we will not get an event down with the military. We're just costing ourselves the opportunity to maybe get a positive event. But it's what I do like about this. All of this is all about the compromises. There is no perfect answer to any of this stuff. Gamma, you'll get the fabric back, Captain. You have my word. Yeah, so we're probably about even again with military, and we did get a slight boost in maintenance. So yeah, we're keeping that in a solid place. Oh, we didn't use time though. So this would do 200 hull damage. Ouch. Or we can stop it and risk 0 to that. I think we're going to spend supplies to do that. And we didn't get any negatives. That's good. So that played out. Can level her up. Every time this hero resolves a POI, so these are POIs down this start. Master Explorer. Every time this hero resolves a POI with scrap, supply, nuke, or fleet health reward, obtained resources are increased by 25%. That's nice. That's a legendary rare pick. Nice. Okay, let's head to the R&D lab, because I think we can afford... Yeah, we can unlock another squadron slot, and we still have 38 scrap left. Let's head to our squadron deck. We have some ships we can level up. Every time this unit deals damage with its primary weapon, there's a 5% chance that damage is increased. We can make it faster. It can get a huge speed boost. Might take the huge speed boost. Like, that's an active thing, so it's an ability we're going to need to trigger. But it does mean we could maybe leave it further out and then make it an absolute run back to the ship. So we could have a passive here, which gain range, gain... I'm not convinced on 80% of damage to all allied squadrons are dealt to this unit instead. That feels bad. Unit gains 15% damage for 5 seconds every time it destroys an enemy unit. I think I like the range boost. And we're also now deploying this wolf, which is a bit tanky but not super fast. I'll be familiar enough in terms of our fighters. They should have a 2 range. Shouldn't have a VU range instead at this point. Check for Soyuza there. So we still have 38 left. This is hovering on that level, so we can spend 16 to repair it up to there. We could spend it to bring it above the next level, which is probably not a bad thing, but I don't think we can really afford to. So this is one of the things that's triggering whether we get those fire events or stuff like that. We'll take that one up to that level. So, we do have someone left, so we could spend them on that, but let's hold off on that to see what we get on our crisis. Now, what we could do, we are still very low on fuel. Let's do 2 turns and harvest a fuel. So what's our crisis? Death under the stars. Commander, the body of a hydroponic farmer has been found in the greenhouse on my ship. It would appear to be a murder. Now farmers here are refusing to get back to work. They're scared, Commander. They want an arrest and are looking into the murder themselves. I think it's best if you step in. Farming has come to a standstill. It's going to stay that way until we find out who's responsible. We should send someone in, sir. Team, conduct a proper investigation and get to the bottom of this. Besides, you heard the captain. Farming is at stake. A murder on another ship? It's not our problem, sir. Our time and resources are limited. We have to step in. The fleet is counting on us. Okay, so that would add... So if we bypass it, for the next 2 sectors, we add 25% to every unit's repair cost. That's not that bad. I'll be honest and say that's not the worst thing in the world, because we don't actually, in theory, we've just spent all the repair that we were going to do. So, or we get a team to look into it, and until it's resolved, all of our supply generation will be minus 20%. So, get your votes in. Seeing lots of bees. Resolving A does sound expensive. Yeah, if you think of the cumulative level of actions we're going to have to do. Now that you've seen how crises play out, every crisis to resolve it is going to cost us some supply and probably some people action points. So just bear that in mind when you're making decisions now, that actually sometimes bypassing them is actually not a bad idea at all. Like, you take the negatives for a bit. Peter meow. Exactly. Right. Because basically that now... Oh, they attacked a marine though. So... do we send some marines to protect? Which is going to increase military power and make workers less happy. Or do we not intervene, which is going to piss off the military, but make the workers more powerful? Shit has consequences, chat. What are you going to do? Oh, don't be voting for the workers on this one, you bunch of communists. They just killed a marine for no reason. Right, I'm going to try turning on the aircon. Let me know if you can hear it, and I will turn it off. I suspect you will be able to, but I just want to give it a go. There's no point in not trying this. The noise cancelling might be enough to keep this quiet, but I doubt it. But let me know if you can hear that, and I'll turn it off. Oh, you Brexited it again, chat. Can't hear it. That's good news. Certainly good news for the tortie on my desk. Right. Well, that's our crisis resolved for this sector. So we've got 2 turns left. So we might as well do this. Let's salvage a system. Gas aggregator. Obtain 5 extra scrap for each unit of Tylium obtained. That's quite nice. So every time we get one of them, we get 5 scrap. We have an interesting opportunity on our hands, Commander. So this is because the military have 2 influence with us, and we have fair relations with them. Collective challenge. Commander, could I have a word regarding the military? The latest training reports are excellent. Objectives are being reached, but pilots feel, how should I put it, unchallenged. If you could, sir, the next time pilots are out there fighting, can you make sure they kill as many raiders as possible? It'll boost their performance. So if we pull this off, we will then get 33% all allied squadron range for 2 sectors. So there's 0 negatives to this. But if their power or their relationship drops before we've done this, this opportunity will disappear. Pilots feel unchallenged. Have you considered protecting civilian transports more? Well, quite. Don't think we can assign her to anything. No, so those 2 can't be assigned to stuff. Okay, cool. So we do have 2 turns left. We are now very low on scrap. I feel like we probably want to do that. And that brings us to Cylons. But at least we have 3 ships now. Bar workers. I think we did the bar already, didn't we? So we could go to here. So this is a safe sector. So this means it doesn't have any foreseeable crisis. So we won't have one of those red markers. That doesn't mean there can't be crises, but it can't have there won't be a guaranteed crisis in this event. So that would give us mining rigs, so access to mining, supply, ammo, and a gas giant for fuel. So it gives some nukes, which we're probably going to want, because after this we are coming up against the big boss, the first big boss. Or we go there where we go for a trader. Trade relies on scrap, and we don't have a lot of scrap, so I think we're probably going to the safe sector. Great, so there's a minefield. That's less than helpful. But at least we've got 3 ships now. Right, you get out there. You get out there. And you get out there. Okay, those raiders are going to deploy there. You're going to deal with those raiders when they deploy. I just want you lot to start clearing some of these mines out. So Cylons don't trigger the mines. We do. It's going to be a sniper there, so that is going to need dealing with. Sniper there. So I need you to run around. They're going for the Gunstar, which is actually good for us. Don't know if they're damaging that when that Viper appears. Well, it does do the damage to them. That's good to know. That is very useful to know. Right, we're going to get a sniper generating over there. And the problem is that sniper's going to have range. The problem with Vipers is they've got to get really close to shoot anything. Actually, that worked. That worked. Right, you need to get in there and deal with that. Let's pull you back a bit because you're slow. Right. You need to deal with them. I see your minefield, and I know how to use it exactly. Problem is that they are getting close enough to get us the odd shot off, which is less helpful. You are going to need to go for that. So this one's a bit slower, so I'm trying to keep him as sort of towards the back. Because this is the one that's got the speed boost as well. Actually, we'll flip them to that. Yes, one of you want to shoot the missile? Thank you. I'm so used to playing my other save where I've got a ship that automatically shoots missiles. Took some health damage, not the end of the world. Let's pull them back. Minute to go. You are going to need to be in range of that, which means I need you about there. You pull back slightly. Now that's a tough cookie. Definitely think getting 3 ships out makes a huge difference. It's just giving us the ability to just cover more area. $40. You need to start pulling these two back. But lads, I need you to get back. And I think... Actually, hold on and deal with that one. Right, we're going to YOLO this. Managed to get off the missile. Destroy the last mine. It doesn't actually do us any harm. No, you go for that. You go for that. It's 20 seconds. I think if we can destroy these, we might be alright. We're going to need to start pulling people back. I think we do destroy that mine, though, because we need to clear the way. I thought you got bonuses for destroying stuff. We might have to try and flak that one down. Right, you... Where is it? Overdrive. Speed plus 200, duration 4 seconds. Yeet. Yeet thine self. That's the slowest ship we've got. I probably should have fired on that missile. We got it. Okay, right. Retreat, retreat. 10 seconds to go. You're going to deal with that missile. And then yeet thine self. Because, get back in. Get back in, everyone! I would call that a successful mission. And I think we'll take the free repair hull, because we know we've got a negative on that at the moment anyway. So we don't get any official negative thing here, which is good to know. We are at the end of this turn facing a boss. I will be impressed if we survive it. Cylon boss sector is that good. Yeah, it's totally fine. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong. Right. So we got 11 fighters there, but we need to destroy 35. I mean, if we make it through the next one, we will have probably do that. So we got an event here that's going to do it's avoidable. So I think we do that. I think maybe we just spend the supplies. Because if we send our dude to do the supply thing, he's going to get 10 supplies. So effectively, it's a net gain of 6 supplies. Like the idea that now the boss sector flashes up on the screen when you arrive. You complete the pilot bonus thing mid-fight to see a broad appliance. No, so it'll only kick in the next sector you visit. So I think we spend the supplies to address that. Hopefully we don't take too much damage. Nope, we didn't take any, we gained, that's good. We go to the bar. See what's going on in the bar. So we can discuss a deal with the military that would convert supplies into fuel. Or we can play triad with the workers, which should improve their mood about for us. So I think that's probably what we want to be doing. Let's do some worker gambling. Cool. So that was enough to trigger us back up into workers seeing is now fair, which is good. So I think we just do these. So every time this hero resolves... Oh, right, so we get a 25% increase on whichever of these ones she does. So if we used her on here, we're going to get, what, another 2? I don't know whether it rounds up or down, but we're going to get another 2 supply. If we do this one with her on this, we're going to get another, what, 12 scrap? Which is not bad. If we do it on that, we're going to get another fuel. And if we do it on that, we're going to get, probably, if it rounds up, another bomb. I feel like the biggest value to us is on scrap. Because if we survive the boss battle, there's no way we're not doing this in a way where we don't need to repair. In fact, we might want to just spend some... So we could go with Harlan Squadron boosts. Which is probably no bad thing. Definitely want some nukes. Definitely need the fuel. Now, we could hold off on doing supply. Do have an event over there, so we'll have a look at that. We need to do this first. I want to went to the mission to reject us. So we can either deteriorate our... So if we deteriorate our relationship with the military, we're going to lose our bonus thing. So I think we just have to go like, no, you're not getting equipment. So her morale has dropped, but her morale's now poor. So that's not great for us. Right, we do have this. So we can reason with the underworld group. I think we're probably going to have to do that, and I don't want to spend supply on it. Or we send... We know we're going to get 10 supply on that. So actually, this is one of our supply net gains. So let's spend 4. And then we're going to use our last person to just go and get 10. So I think that's a net gain for the sector of 2, isn't it? We've still got 3 turns left. Now, we do definitely want to do some repairs here. Right, I think we just need to do that. We're coming up against a boss. And we're still low on fuel, so I think we're going to just do that. Whatever that is can take 3 turns to resolve, so... Fix malfunctioning systems. That can wait. Let's see if we survive the boss battle first. And we'll do 1 into scrap. So we're not going to earn any scrap from that. That means we're 1 away. Right. Are you ready, chat? Here goes. We're being hailed, Commander. What do you mean? We're far from the colonies. It wouldn't be possible to. As the CIC goes dark, a screeching sound erupts from the speakers. What do we have here? The voice that speaks after is high-pitched, full of confidence and malice. Gods, what is this? Are we being hacked? Poor little humans. Afraid of the dark, are we? You're brave enough to make it this far from Caprica. But did you really think we would let you live? Sir, he's calling from the base star. Now let's get to it, shall we? I don't have all day. Commander, multiple missiles nearly hit us. Don't worry. It'll be over soon. We are up against a base star. Acquire a target squadron that will salvo 5 consecutive exploding shots at its position. Ouch. So that's going to hurt. Right. We are going to be using nukes here, I suspect. Now the enemy is allowed to have AoE. Yeah. YOLO! You considered investing in big nuke? Oh, we are nuking the shit out of the tunnel stuff there. Like, if we make it past this base star, I will be impressed. We could flak. Okay, we're going to flak here. And then once they're out of the flak, you'll have to deal with them. Uh-oh. Yeah, don't go in the flak. Wait until it comes out of the flak. Right, now you need to just fucking run. Oh, run, little ship. It's not fast enough. Oof, that's not great. That's not great, chat. I mean, on the plus side, we took out the sniper through friendly fire. Can we do an emergency jump? Nope, you can't emergency jump away from base stars. I kind of need you to go and deal with that. Actually, you back the fuck off this way, because they're getting nuked. Of course they generated in a way that means it's going to be really hard. Oh no, we can nuke him. Little buddy, need you to kind of get out of the way of that. They're attacking the base star. Or our Gunstar. I mean, I'm kind of fine with that. Go deal with them. If ship is destroyed, does its assigned hero die? No, they take 1 health damage, and the ship is effectively wrecked for the battle, but you can repair it afterwards. Minute to go. Oh, it's going to do it again. I'm actually just going to withdraw him. Oh, great. Now it's switched to one of our civilian ships. Great. Fantastic. Brilliant. Amazing. But I can now redeploy him. So I think the damage is adjusted. That's good. Nuke does 1,000 damage. It's apparently got 7,000 hit points. I mean, you could theoretically, I suppose, try and lob 7 nukes at the fucking base star. Right, we've got 54 seconds to try and hold out. He's on nuke watch, but that'll get it anyway. I'm going to pull you back. So we're going to flak the shit out of these guys. Uh-oh. That's going to kill it. Get back. Yeah, can you not? Now you can. Oh, heavy raiders coming in there. That's not good. A Steiner affiliated general in Battletech will tell you brute force hasn't solved your problems because you haven't yet to apply it enough. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to the heavy raiders. 3 seconds, I don't think they're going to generate in time. Give it a go. Well, we got some hits on him. Oh, we're clinging on here. 20 seconds. Need you to deal with that nuke. 13 seconds. We're going to make this, you know. Right, you get in. I need you. Kill it. 5 seconds. Right, where's your super speed boost? Yeet yourself. Go! Oh! I can't believe we pulled that off. I did not think we were going to get away with that. Oof. Right, what are we taking? I mean, we are fucked on fleet health, but I think maybe we take the XP for the Raptor. Clark's voice still rings in your head as the FTL drive powers down. You're safe. For now, at least. Receiving reports from the rest of the fleet, Commander. Cylons didn't follow through. What the frack was that? This Clark? How did he find us? Confirming we're far from any known colonial routes, sir. There's no way they placed a frigate at every corner of the galaxy. They can't be that powerful. There must be something else. A traitor. I can't see any other explanation. If we want to survive this, we have no choice but to find out who's helping them. You take a second to digest your XO's own words. She must be right. I love how you committed to the RP of only just making it. Yep. We can't run forever, sir. Keep investigating. Can't believe someone would do this. Well, we survived. So, that's going to do 200 hull damage, which seems bad. We could spend 4 supply to deal with that. I feel like we're going to do that because we're going to need our people. We survived. Yeah. We still not managed to 23. I suppose it's because a single squadron's got to do it, so... is Admiral Kane in this? Well, so we're a Gunstar trying to get to Galactica. So we've had mentions of Adama so far, but not of anyone else. Right, so we can upgrade one of our fighters. The Raptor can upgrade. Unit gains plus 10 damage to its primary weapon and abilities. That's quite nice. That's a passive. Instantly shoot target unit. Cooldown is half charged at start of the battle. Damage 300. Range infinite. Holy fuck. Or you can gain a passive 2 damage every time it deals damage. That seems very handy. You're right, Minpit Kitty. We're taking that one. That's crazy. Like, infinite range, 300 damage. Yeah, that Ultra Sniper. Not seen that before. That's really nice. Okay, what needs repairing? We are on the brink there. We're going to need to repair. Because we're on the brink of a crisis. Right, let's head to the bar. Get 2 sniper shots per 2-minute battle. Oh yeah, good maths. So we can improve that dude's morale. We can look at swapping some nukes for scrap, which we're definitely not doing. Or we can play cards with the underworld. If we play cards with the underworld, we might get them off of tents. So I feel like we're doing that. No, so we're still a bar below. 3 because it starts half charged. Yeah, good point. Okay, so stuff we can do. We know we've got a crisis coming up in 3 turns. We do have a trade thing. I'm not sure how much benefit we'll get this. Hello there, passing by or on the run from the Cylons? Merchant's tone makes you smile. My junkyard has many spare parts. Don't you know there's a war going on out here? You gonna shop or what? So theoretically, 2 new fighters. I mean, we've got one of them already. We don't have any other slots for things. So anyway, so we wouldn't have their things. We could spend a shit ton of supply on a 5th character. We'd need to get more. We need to get more stuff. So right, we'll do this one first because this is definitely going to give us a civilian ship. So we will send her. Oh, nice. So we now have a botanical cruiser. It's going to give us another 5 supply per jump, which I think we've already got one of them. So now we have 2. Request from our military. It's about a break room. Asking for scrap to modernize it. I mean, yes, fine. Like, we don't have an immediate need for other scrap. Level 2 as well. Yeah, she needs to be leveling up. I thought we had that person who was leveling shit up. Assigned Gunstar weapon gains 15 range. Useful? Not necessarily. I mean, 5 fleet health every time this hero resolves a POI. We'll take that. It might be useful. Right, well, we definitely need the fuel. We're going to need to use a person for that, so we'll do that. So with 2 botanical cruisers, it's even more important that people do their bit by pooping for victory. Yep. Right. Got crisis in 1 turn, so I'm just going to do that and get our scrap. Let's see what our crisis is before we assign anyone else. The toll. Receiving multiple reports about the underworld is not good. They're hiking prices across the fleet and their agents are slowing production chains. More importantly, their ships are now disrupting our flying corridors. They're creating a blockade. Isn't it your job to control the flying corridors? Right, if we can find enough resources on wreckages out there, we can work around the underworld, start our own supply chain. Commander, the way I see it, we either hopelessly explore space looking for resources, or we man up and break this blockade on its own. What's going to be? So, we will have suffer until we resolve this crisis. We would get minus 30% to all supply gains. Or we can lock 1 squadron dock for the first 40 seconds of each battle during 2 sectors. So we would be down to 2 fighters for the first 40 seconds of every battle for the next 2 sectors. So, what are you going to do, chat? A or B? Both are bad. Both are bad, yeah. Exclamation mark A if you want to vote the fondle. You just need to put an exclamation mark in front of it. B isn't as bad as it sounds. Battles get worse progressively. Yeah, but they are also progressively already kind of worse. Like, on the plus side, at least we wouldn't be going into a boss battle with it, but... Okie dokie. We're going with the crisis. So, resolve 2 wreckage or structure POIs. Could be in another sector. So we do have one in this sector, which we're going to do anyway, which is the shipwreck. She's going to give us more salvage as a result. And we can still do our supply gain. But let's just hold off for now. I think maybe we want to farm another fuel. There's a dog. Dog on the ship. Not sure how she got aboard, but she's there and she's pregnant. Can you give me some supplies to take care of her and her young? How much fucking food do you need? I mean, what are we doing, chat? Are we saying that we can't feed the puppies? I'm going to put this to a Twitch vote. Are we feeding the puppies or are we not feeding the puppies? Hey, monsters. Oh, it's 50-50. Instaban for all the bees. Oh, A is scraping it. Oh, just. The puppies get fed. And that improved his mood. Some of you, I swear. Right. Okay, we've got 2 turns left. One of them we're definitely doing the supply in, so let's just take that. It's the Afghan alpacas all over again. All very normal dogs have eyes that glow red in the dark, yep. Right, so we've got 2 level ups we can do. This is our CAG. Sphere always suffers the minimum damage, is probably the best one there. 2 XP every time this signed squadron destroys a unit. It's actually really good. We'll take that. Oh, we can then assign him to weapons. Assigned Gunstar weapon applies slow every time it deals damage to a unit. That's really good because we could use them. Okay, so we want to put him on the flat guns because that means that already applies to slow to all units in the effective area. Okay, so what's she giving it? She gives it more range. I mean, so we might as well put him on the nukes, but realistically we kind of want to get another weapon here. If we can get another weapon, another area weapon, we'd be laughing. We could gamble on a reroll. No, let's keep an eye out. Let's see if we can get a weapon. Double slow. No, because slow's an effect, status effect, so it'll only apply once. I'm sure these should be leveling up. Didn't we have a character that gives them a level up thing? Let's train the crew. Right, now because we have 3 ships, we have to decide which 2 are coming into battle with us. So it's going to be the mining ship and Twilight Chaser. They XP randomly. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so our choices are, we go to Baiko, which has got a space harbour, so that would give us another civilian ship. A temple ruin, and it's got a shuttle emergency beacon, so that'd be fleet health. Or we can go to Alchiba, which is a shipwreck, a refinery wreck, a green planet, a temple, and a military convoy emergency beacon, which would be nukes. And maybe we go for the civilian ship? Then we need to resolve another wrecked ship for the event. Yeah, so when it said crisis objective, that was it marking out which ones have got the things we need in. So both of them have got 1 in, and we only need 1 to complete it. So we're good on that, I think. Right. Let's get the fighters deployed out. So remember that the battles do get progressively tougher beyond points. So this battle will be tougher than even the regular ones we've had before. As he says, there's fucking a whole bunch of ships up here. Right, well, at least they're raiders. So you hang back there. You're going to go in and deal with them. Why would you send a mining ship and a food ship into combat? So I think in theory the way the game's sort of pseudo playing it is that you're a convoy and you've been semi-ambushed, so something has to be on the outside. So there are civilian ships you can get that are basically things like just armored ships, or there's one that's like an anti-missile cruiser. Like, so if you can get them on a run, you're really laughing. Right, you're going to go there and deal with all of them. Don't want to waste flak on raiders. It's just a waste. A civilian anti-missile cruiser. Yeah, I kind of wish it would refer to them as like differently, like support ships. Super shot now available. Ooh, well spotted. Okay, right. Who's got super shot? You've got super shot. Fucking like that. Taking out the mothership resolve the battle quicker. So I think at these ones you definitely can't take out the mothership. I do wonder if at later levels you might be able to take out a base star. But like, realistically you'd need to fire 7 nukes at it. And I don't think you'd have the cooldown time to do it. Like, you'd have to hang around in the battle deliberately waiting to kill it. Which is just a good way to die. Okay, those raiders are going on to that, so actually I'm not going to use the flak. Oh, do I use the flak? Yeah, it's about the flak wall there. And I need you to not fly into the flak. You can kill it with your shuttles too, but it takes forever. Yeah, like, I figured it like if you could insta-kill, you'd be laughing, you know? Right, your job, by the way, chat, is to let me know when insta-kill is available again. So 18.3 seconds, I think. No idea what this glowy stuff is around it. I assume it means something. Insta-kill at 53. Cool. Glowy stuff is a buff the main ship cheap gives it. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Incoming nukes. Yeah, getting a bit fragile over here. kill that one, then we'll go after the biggies. Oh, we're up. That is very nice. Is it nuke time? I really don't want to use nukes. We've only got 2 nukes left. Like, I feel like we're holding on. Extends to kill it, or 0-14. Okay, that is good to know. Like, we've got flak again up now. I think realistically, do you need more support? Ooh, they're going for our artillery ship. Fuck you guys. Right, I need you to deal with that first. And now you can deal with the ones that are attacking you. So it's at least cleared the cover a bit for that. There's a raider coming in on you, but that can go for that raider. I'd rather the artillery focus on stuff that needs artillery, basically. "28 seconds. Oh, 24 until we got flak up, though. Oh, this is going to be tough. What are we doing here? The raiders we can deal with easy enough. Deal with the boosted raider. Get in on them. Right, that's the super duper shots up, so I suppose we dead-eye that border. Fucking love that gun. Get a shot on that one. I get a shot on that one. You need to kill that. Right, 8 seconds. Get home. You overdrive. Four, 3, 2, 1. Eat it, Cylons. Oh, I tell you what, I think that insta-kill gun makes a difference, doesn't it? Oh, we can give the ship 60 XP. We'll do that. The Cylons eat. They ate something there. Oh, and we got the opportunity. Pilots have lived up to challenge, sir. This will boost morale. See a big boost in performance. Nice. Okay, so that's now max level. Which is nice. Still level 1. That's now level 2 though, which is good. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Right, what we got going on here? That's a lot of hull. That's a bomb. That's not good. Right, in theory, there's only 3 events. But we do have 2 crises as well. Right, we can probably ignore the fleet health one. We're not badly off for supplies. We have a crisis, Commander. A Cylon among us. A new crisis. Feels like it should be a crisis of its own if someone's planting bombs. Well, apparently it is. Adama's warning. We have a Cylon on board, passing as one of us. So basically in the same way as in Galactica they discovered they've got Cylons on board. They're here. I can't believe it. Gods, get a hold of yourself, Mooney. I don't think she reacted that badly. All right, Nia. Your exo turns to you, fire in her eyes. We need to set up a post for you in the security center, sir. You'll handle the hunt from there. One person for everything? It's protocol, and you should know it. Counter-espionage demands compartmentalization. Take me to the security center, Colonel. Cylon is walking among us. It could be anyone, even someone in the CIC. Scratch the traitor set. Every 5 turns, some kind of sabotage thing is going to happen. Rope trick with the pronounce a word.
Compartmentalization.
There you go. Compartmentalization. Hung Luna Wolf, thank you for the subscription. I don't know if I saw that. 63 months. Impressive. Right, so now we have access to security. So, we need to work out who did it. Once per sector, we can investigate, which will reveal up to 2 clues. And we can spend supply to interrogate and reveal more. This cost of interrogation goes down the more things we've revealed already. So we're not going to be doing any of that early. Let's start by looking into past. Okay, so those 2 look clean on their past. Nothing suspicious there. We don't know about them, but that's just too much supply. Is it always one of your named characters? Yep. So this will be resolved by us doing this. So let's just do this and get this out of the way. But let's level her up first. Every time an allied unit is destroyed during battle, the assigned unit gains 30 max hull for the remainder of the battle and is fully repaired. That's quite nice. Every time a assigned squadron activates an ability, it restores 20 hull points. That's potentially quite useful. Every time a crisis is resolved, this hero gains 1 action point. They can't go over their max action. Bypass doesn't... That's nice. So effectively what we want to do is use her early, and then if we resolve a crisis with someone else, she gets an action point back. So if we do this temple visit with her, she now doesn't have an action point. So now if we resolve this, means she's a toaster. Bring her in now. Yeah, true. Welcome to the stream, Nick Stark. It's not back home. Fuck me, we're not short on botanical cruisers, are we? Fucking Green Party fucking convoy here. I'd quite like something that isn't a botanical cruiser. This game is really fun, but so stressful. You kind of, after a couple of runs, it's slightly less stressful because you get used to the idea that you are going to fail eventually. Oh good, another crisis. Hacker in our midst. Setting pre-calculating. Good call, Lieutenant. We want to be prepared when the sun... Whoa, what the... CIC screens are blinking. An alarm blares. Lights go off. Tension fills the room. What the frack is happening? Main computer isn't responding, sir. Looks like it's been hacked. By the gods! As long as it remains hacked, our jump will cost us more. We need to find a system backup. We can find them on colonial structures. We don't have time for space tourism. Can't we just reboot the whole system? We could, but it will disrupt the whole R&D lab. Researchers down there need the main computer up and running. Commander, what would it be? Search for a solution out there or limit our R&D? So we can either get 50% cost to all R&D lab upgrades for the next 2 sectors, or, Jesus, or our end of sector jump costs are going to cost 2 more until we resolve that. So we would need to resolve that this sector. What's it going to be, chat? While you're doing that, I'm going to go get a can of Coke. Back in a second. I tell you what, chat, investing in an aircon unit was absolutely the best thing I did last year. Like, this room is lovely and cool. Like, and I'd just be sitting here sweating, streaming in it otherwise. Oh, okay, so we're going with okay, so R&D costs up. Not ideal. How much does the aircon unit cost to run? Never worked it out. I mean, but we also have air-sourced heating, so that's reducing our heating and water costs anyway. But also, I only keep it in the office, so I don't use it anywhere else in the house. It's just in the office. And even then, like, what I can normally do is stick it on for a 5-minute burst, turn it off once the room cools down, and then just turn it off again after a while. But yeah, it particularly as a streamer, being able to just... I couldn't sit here for like 4 hours in a room and not have it. But when I'm downstairs, I just put on the regular fan, and what I'll do then is just have regular, relatively cold showers. Fucking racking up the crises here, chat. One problem at a time, G. Right, so... I'm not going to be able to do that yet. This one we can do. I mean, we might as well just do that. So we will do that because that'll level her. Now return to our regularly scheduled crisis, yep. The blockade's gone. The gangsters only know violence. Sure, the underworld will be back soon, but for now we can resume normal operations. He's a very serious person, isn't he? Increase some morale, that's nice. And yeah, look, we got our action point back on our character. That's a really nice perk then. You just got to think about the order you resolve things in. So she is... I mean, fleet health every time, I think, probably, because she's not assigned to squadrons. Right, we haven't gone to the bar yet, so let's go to the bar. Look at that, Yui's killing streak is off the charts. She's killed so many Cylons, maybe there's something she could wear as a badge of honor. Bullseye Moina. Rock. Okay, well, what are we nicknaming our ace pilot? She can be the Bullseye, she can be Rock, or she can be Butcher. A, B, or C, chat? Yeah, Bullseye winning so far. No one's up for the Rock. You need to put an exclamation mark in front of it, anarchic. So that's exclamation mark A. A it is. Okay, so we do have a fleet health event, but I just don't see the value in doing it. It's going to cost us a fuel, and we're pretty healthy as a fleet. Oh, we still have our bar event, so... Okay, so the military are offering to change supply into fuel, or we can chat with Gia Haddad while playing Pyramid, which might uncover like a plot event we can do. Or we can play cards with the Underworld, and the Underworld is still tense. I feel like we want the fuel. We're not badly off for supply, and we've got like 1 billion fucking botanical ships chugging out supply every sector. So like, that is a good deal. So we can level up our Viper. Every time this unit deals damage to a unit with the slow status, this unit gets stunned instead. Unit gains plus 3% evasion every time it takes damage for the remainder of the battle. EMP missile. Fire a long-range missile applying stun to target unit. Yes, please. That'll do. That allows us to kind of do a bit of airspace control. So like, I don't see why we wouldn't take that. Okay, so we've got one more turn until we get another crisis. We've technically got 2 people with points here that can do stuff. Repair-wise, we're not badly off. Everything's above levels. We can't do any R&D at the moment anyway, because chat voted to increase the price of it. So let's just beef up those. And let's do 1 investment in fuel. Crisis. Skipping stone. Commander, the captain of the Marsh Argus, which is a terrible name for a ship, wants to talk to you. She sounds agitated. Commander, we have a bit of a situation. An asteroid just hit our hull. Everything's okay except for the spare parts vault. The outside door may break at any moment. I'm afraid we won't be able to fix it ourselves without affecting the efficiency of our ship. I'm requesting your aid. My team is up for help with the repairs, sir. Hold on, can't we tell them to fix it? She's a charmer, isn't he? Commander, if we don't help them, their ship won't be available for the next 2 sectors. Okay, so if we bypass this, it means that when it says not available, that means it's not going to do what it would normally do when it jumps between the sectors. So it just wouldn't generate supply for us. Now remember, we do have 3 botanical fucking cruisers here. So that is definitely not the end of the world. Or we can go to full trying to solve it, and if we don't solve it in time, we lose 120 scrap. We do have a lot of farms. So get your votes in. Exclamation mark A or exclamation mark B? I'm really liking the Twitch integration on this. Twitch integration on this is great. Hello, Torty. Have you seen any Cylons around? No, not Cylons. Yes, I did turn the aircon off. Do you want the aircon back on? Okay. I'll turn it back on. I'm sorry. There you go. Aircon's back on. Yeah, I know. Aircon's on. Aircon's on. I've turned it back on for you. Yeah, I know. Mechanics are blaming the underworld for this incident, and the other way around. You need to step in, sir. Okay, right. Well, this is your consequence, chap. So we can either increase the underworld's influence and deteriorate relationship to workers, or we can increase the workers' influence and our relationship with the underworld deteriorates. I'm reasonably certain I know which of these you're voting for, you bunch of communists. But, you know, here's a chance. Get your votes in. You lot are increasing the influence of the underworld. Really? Oh, I'll talk to you. Yeah, okay. We now have a tense relationship with the workers. I hope you're happy, chap. Alright, so we can't resolve that. We could do fleet health, but it's just burning fuel that we don't really want to burn. So let's invest in more fuel. Now we do have one of those to resolve. Well, we can resolve with him because he doesn't take any damage. Yeah, I know, Taunty. I know. Issue requires our attention. A group of underworld goons aboard my ship. Who is it? Hired goons! There are rumours of an impending turf war between them. So end badly unless you step in. Commander, we should intervene before they blow a hole in the hull. Right, are we going to calm this situation down? Guess so. I mean, the good thing is we have got a person available, so we can just do that. Let's go and level her up. Every time a crisis is resolved, a random squadron is repaired. I don't think that's particularly useful. 2 scrap whenever she destroys an enemy unit. I think that's probably the most useful of those. And let's do 1 turn of potential fuel harvesting. And let's face down some Cylons. Whilst holding a Torty. Torty, this is rather inconvenient. Really do with you not being there. Okay, so that would give us fuel, supplies, salvage, and a person. That would give us a potential squadron and a mineral-rich planet and an elite Cylon battle. I think we're going that way. Every 10 seconds upon battlefield arrival, one unit will gain the Cylon Overload emergency plus 50% evasion as long as hull points are under 30. That sucks. These are annoying because they can hide in the fucking asteroids. Our infiltrators are really annoying. They basically cloak. So if they spawn close like this, you can deal with them. because they can't cloak until this times out. So those two are going to be relatively easy to deal with, but these are going to cloak, and until they fire on something, we now can't see them. The good news is they're going for the Gunstar, so if we leave that one there as a backstop, they can handle them. So you see what I mean? Like, instantly able to kill them as long as we can see them. And it's got the benefit, I think, which is really annoying. So the moment you hit them, they can't then cloak. So I think we're going to leave the Viper out as forward power projection. Deadshot available. Okay, so one of these we're going to deadshot. Right, middle one's getting deadshotted. Viper can go for that one. And you get into position to take down that one. So I think we keep this one back as backstop. Yeah, because it's going to go for the Viper. Boom. Right, we're going to have some heavy raiders coming in. They've got to get in close, so we'll bring everyone back and we'll flak them. Boom and Mizume, yeah. So effectively, if you're in there, you're getting a bit of extra boosted protection. .042. Okay, that's good to know. So you see, like, it's getting a load of protection from that. It's kind of why I want that asteroid down. I want it to emerge from out of the cover before we go for it. Now you can go for it. Right, I've got infiltrators coming in. Heavy raiders, less worried about. Let's deal with the infiltrators first. Oh, I forgot we've got the stun missiles here. So, like, actually, you hang back there. Stun missile. How do I fire that? There you go. because then it can't fire back while it's being shot at. Two more infiltrators. Need to get rid of you. Excellent. I think we kind of got a good fighter combo here. That dead shot's really helping though. Right, that dead shot's making such a difference. Right, we've got our dead shot back. What's the cooldown on that? Do we want to save that though? Yeah, it's a 40-second cooldown, so if we fired it now, we wouldn't really get a chance to use it again. I think we're controlling the airspace well enough at the moment that we hold it for the next wave. Right, I've got two infiltrators coming in. We're going to want to deal with them. So you get one shot in on them, you go for that. You're going to want to go for that. When do we get another fighter bay? I don't think we can on this ship. I think we're at max fighter bays. Damn it, it managed to get us cloaking up. Okay, so we've got an infiltrator coming in over there. We've got 19 seconds left. Right, deal with you. Then I think we dead shot the heavy raider. Stun missiles, good shout. We do still have this. We've got one stun missile left. Because it resets its timer when it lands a successful hit. So as long as that gets another shot in, we should be fine. You get back over here. Actually, what we do is that. Then we withdraw you. Draw you. I mean, nothing's getting range here. Just withdraw. Look at that. Absolutely clean run. So you go a Viper Squadron XP. That'll take the fate. So we can get person, we can get fuel, get supplies, we can get scrap. Security first. Do another scan. So it's still too expensive at the moment to do the full interrogation, so Remember, Rodriguez took its 25% extra. Oh, good shout. So actually what we probably... So we got a crisis event there. So we need to use her first, because she gets a point back if we resolve stuff. So let's use her to find the extra person. The exclamation mark on medical history makes it pause. Yeah, it means there's a suspicious element there. Right, so we're going to use her on that. So she is a storyteller. 30% chance to gain 2 fleet health every time assigned squadron. And the good news is we know she can't be the Cylon because we've only just recruited her. So we don't have to investigate her. Issue requires our attention. Half the service members on the Yatagan are dealing with a sexually transmitted disease. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, realistic Navy ship. Realistic Navy simulator. That's a big ship, though. Yep. There's a lot of banging going on our ship. Might seem amusing for the moment. It does indeed, Munier. It does indeed. It's could have serious long-term healthcare consequences. Munier, is there anything you want to tell me about yourself? The way I see it, sir, we need to invest in prevention. My only concern is the Marines may resent us. So, chat, your choice is, are we dealing with the healthcare issue? And therefore, the military are going to hate us because we're going to stop them with their unprotected sex? Or are we just letting the military bang away? Get your votes in. Exclamation mark E or exclamation mark A for option 1, exclamation mark B for option 2. Should be covering the tortie's ears as we discussed this. She's only 3 years old. Oh, we're going with healthcare. Healthcare is good, and the military situation is now tense. Let's head to the bar. So we can listen to rumours of strange behaviour during a game of triads. That would uncover another clue. Discuss with G. Haddad while having a drink. I think we want to do that because that'll trigger like a personal event element. Or we can get the workers on board. I think we are going to do that. Praying and drinking have in common that they can be shared activities. Care to join, sir? Yeah, sure. Minus 10% to all weapon cooldowns in the next battle. Nice. In the next 2 battles. That's definitely worthwhile. How far are we from... Yeah, so the next battle after this is a boss battle. With 2 nukes, I'm not convinced we're getting through this boss battle unless we can find some nukes from somewhere. But we'll see. Oh, yes, please. We might make it through this battle now, chat. That's the second Deadeye shot. Right, well, we definitely need the fuel. Hello, you. How much does the 4th ship cost versus the next gun slot? Well, the main issue is that we don't have anything for either. So I think what we need to do is save scrap and see if we can next sector get lucky with either a weapon or with a ship. Because I think that's going to be the... So because healthcare is good, Mega Team suggests we capitalize on this opportunity. Fleet-wide drug experiment. Sure, what can possibly go wrong? I mean, okay, I guess that's kind of useful. I'm not going to say it's amazingly useful, but... Right, so we've got a crisis coming up in 2, but we've got loads of people. So let's definitely maximize our scrap game. So if we have a look at R&D... So we could unlock another weapon slot for 276. I don't think we're ever getting to another squadron slot. Do we actually have any more weapons? Haven't we got a weapon we're not using at the moment? No. So ideally we want to try and get lucky and find a weapon. Aren't we still at increased R&D this sector? That's a good question. Where do we see ship effects again? There is somewhere you can see it. Yeah. Fast 50% to all R&D lab upgrades for one sector, so it'd still be expensive. But it might be doable. I'm trying to get lucky what caused the health thing. Okay, so to get that, we need to get to level 3 in Gunstar upgrades. I'm not convinced that's worth investing in. I'm not doing that. Right, what do we need to do this? Right, that's a one person can fix that. So we've got 2 people with actions left. Let's spend an action on that. Torty, I'm sure you're really happy sitting there, but I do actually need to be able to see the screen. But a 4th slot's useless because there's no more combat ships. This is the thing, is I think what we want to do is hope that our next sector jump takes us somewhere that's got either a ship or a weapon upgrade option. Because I think a trade wouldn't help us, because trade is going to cost too much to get anything. We're having a situation aboard the Kabira. Mechanics are doing something that I can't see because of the We're also supposed to fix a cargo container. As a result, we have scrap drifting away from the ship as we speak. We need help, Commander. We're not on a cruise here. Yeah, calm down, gang. You'd show a little force and break this strike up immediately. We're only hurting themselves here. No, we send someone else in to do their jobs. They'll get back to doing something behind the torty. Enough, believe me. So, if we go with the crisis on this, which we don't have to solve, we're going to lock out the Kabira, which is, I assume, a botany ship. On all our ships, botany ships? Or is that our mining vessel? That might be our mining vessel. And we're going to lose 10 scrap every 4 turns until we resolve it. Or all supply cost stuff increases for 2 sectors by 30%, but we get to bypass it. Whereas the option is not crossing a picket line. So are we breaking up the strike? We could do that this sector. I think we do have enough people to do that. Or we increase supply costs for 2 sectors. Get your votes in, chat. So we're either beating them up or crossing the picket line. Make your fascist choice now, chat. This thing's lit an international, yeah. Don't like either of these options. Look, you gotta make the hard choices in space. Well, we're going with A. You lot are a bunch of Pinkertons. We're sending in the Pinkertons. Right, so we've got 1 person left with an action. And it only only costs 1 to do this, so we can do that. Torty, I need to be able to see the buttons. Sir, our team's inside the Kibera and the mechanics have prepared a blockade to repel our forces. Oh, it's all getting a bit Les Mis, chap. So we can either talk with them for a full supply, or we can do a risk-free systems for 6. I think we'll talk with the angry workers. Like, our fleet health's decent. Commander, I have a request regarding fleet maintenance. Workers aboard my ship say that something behind the torty is a frickin' pain. Too intensive in time and energy. Think maybe we could cut back a little? I think on this one we are going to cut them some slack, because we already have tense relations with them. Need to do both to complete. Yeah, so what do we want to do with this? I think we're going to have to take the 10 scrap loss. So don't want to spend another 6 of this, so we're going to need to spend a person. So we'll finish that one off next sector. I don't want to burn the fuel on... Oh, 6 is good supply, though. I think that is worth it. And then we'll harvest fuel for the last 2. Oh no, we got a bomb again. We got 4 turns to solve that. We'll use a person next time around. So let's just get some energy harvesting going on. I think the girl will get her action point back if you resolve that one. Yeah, so I think basically next round we just have to do things in the right order and we'll actually be pretty good on action points. Like, effectively, we resolve that one with her, and then we resolve the crisis, and that'll give her her action point back. So we could do some XP on the Twilight Chase, it's just not picking up any XP here. Probably worth just investing in that. Right, let's take on some Cylons. Okay, so we want to do this one because there's a chance of a person or a ship, and there's also a chance of a gun. Right, so chat, remember we've got double dead shot now. Oh, these fucking things. It's entirely possible we die at this point, chat. These are the most fucking annoying things on the planet. They basically generate a field once they start, which does stupid high evasion. Like, look at this. How fucking annoying is this? Right, 5.2 seconds until we get our dead shots up. Do an emergency charge. So you're going to use 4 fuel, and that would leave us with 1 fuel in the next sector, and there's no fuel gain in the next sector, so it would be a bad idea. It's not the end of the world. Basically, we're going to use one of our dead shots on that. Also stun torpedoes. Yeah, they're really annoying. Fucking hate these things. Like, maybe there's a better way to take them out? If there is, I don't know about it. Wolf has a Deadeye as well. Yeah, we're not using it yet. Because the problem is, what I don't want to do is Deadeye the fucking dodges and then miss. Because that would be even more annoying. So I think we're going to use it on the infiltrators. Might throw up some flak around this. Oh, there is an infiltrator. Right, you're going to go for that infiltrator. Or we throw out the flak. We throw out the flak, I think. Right, infiltrators up. So Deadeye that. 2 more infiltrators coming in. 1.2 seconds until the Raptor's up with its dead shot again. They can target your fighters. Yeah, I mean, technically it can target anything at once. Right, I think we're going to do with a stun here. I have to target something else. Oh, and it's because it hasn't spawned yet. Really need to pull that one back. You need to shoot that so it can't target again. Oh, I managed to get invisible. Two more dodges. We can probably flak them. So we will get at least one more Deadeye. Okay, you go for that infiltrator. We can probably Deadeye that infiltrator. Okay, they're going for the ships. That's actually quite useful to us. Can't get both of them with flak. Can get that one with flak. Just gotta hope that ship clears it, which it should do. No, 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 no. Stay out the fucking flak field. Don't flak yourself. Okay, we're gonna have 4 dodges coming in 6.7 seconds. Okay, you're gonna backstop. I reckon these two can handle that. Right, the infiltrators we need to deal with. That's one down. Deadeye that one. Deadeye that one. We might pull this off. Need you to get that, and I need you to run. No, take that on. You'll get that. And stops, retreats. Yeah, okay, withdraw. Withdraw. Go, 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 go. Yeet. Yeet yourselves. Yeet. Get in. Eat shit, toasters. Oh, an additional resource. Yeah, we will take that. If we're lucky, it'll be fuel. Okay, not fuel, but scraps. That might actually be just as useful. Right, so first things first, we need to resolve this. Now, do we resolve... Right, actually, first off, let's... Do we resolve this using her? Moynier is our person that gets to double things. So we're going to have to resolve that next turn, at this turn anyway. We could just spend on this one. I think we just spend, because we've got a lot of things and there's 2 more crises that might pop up. Okay, now we use the girl. I think we see if we can get a weapon system. And we use her. Oh, we got a new website. Okay, yeah. So we got an EMP-X missile launcher. Now we get a crisis. Comms down. Calm yourself, XO. This isn't the computer's fault. Someone is blocking our comms. My guess is the Cylons. One person is missing. Computer problem is spreading. We need a Gunstar in top shape and quick. Suppose you could reboot the entire system and change communication frequencies, but have an impact on our squadron deployment. Right, we definitely just can't do that. We're going to have to deal with this. Ah, motherfucker. Oh, that's annoying. We gotta resolve that. Okay, we got to think about this then. Okay, so to reduce the R&D costs, we need to do at least 2 of these. If we do this, she gets her action point back. So do we spend the 6? Or do we use a person? We've got 4 person points left. 3 things here, another crisis to come. I think we spend the 6. Mechanics back to work. Under guard of a few Marines. I hope you're happy with yourselves, chat. Okay, so in 4 turns, we're going to get a 60 hit to fleet health. Unless we solve that, but that's fine. We'll worry about that in a minute. Does it only happen once? Every time a crisis is resolved, this hero gains 1. So if we solve the research crisis, she's going to get another point back. So that's an 8. Very expensive. We need to do at least 2 of these, I think. That's a 6, or we can use a person. And that's a 4, or we use a person. So I think we do the 4. We do that. Then we use her to resolve the clue. Hello. Yeah. Well, we've got another crisis. Lingering inflation. Every cost in scrap across the fleet would be more expensive. So we have plus 20% to all scrap costs. Oh, we absolutely cannot be doing that bypass. Not with the boss battle coming up. We're going to have to go with that one. At least we're negotiating now. Yeah, I suppose there is that. Right, R&D. 366. Right, we can't afford that anyway. You're being very unhelpful. Is there a reason you're being unhelpful? Right, I think we take the extra weapon. Like, we're not going to resolve that other crisis. We have got a weapon we can deploy. Hold on a sec, the prices. Yeah, but we can't get the prices down. Because it's not that. Oh no, it is that one, isn't it? Yeah. So we need to resolve that first. Let's resolve this first. So, I know. So we resolve this, and we use this dude because he's cautious. Is that what you want? You want an ice cream? Can't resolve it. We can't resolve it anyway. think we're just going to have to do it. We've got a boss battle coming up. Then we've got to hold off buying anything. We're not holding off buying anything when we've got a boss battle coming up. Because we've got a weapon we're not using. Yeah, you're not helping. Like, effectively, we've got this weapon sitting here that we could deploy. Which just stun everything in an area. So I think we have to unlock that weapon dock. And I think what we want to do is assign... Yeah, crippling shot onto that. So even after they're finished stunning, they're still slow. Yeah, get the weapon, maybe live to fight another day, exactly. Now we've got 3 turns left here. I think what we actually do is we just go for the event bits. Like, these are increasing costs, but it's not the end of the world. Right, let's go to the bar first. So we can listen to a rumour, share a drink with the workers. I think we share a drink with everyone's relations with everyone is tense. Really need us to not have tense relations with everyone. Yeah, Torty, you're not really being very helpful right now. Right, I think we do this one. We got another Viper. That might actually be better than our existing Viper. So that's got its overdrive on it. Oh no, it's got its EMP missile. What's this one got? Reaper damage boost. It's only a level 1. We probably deploy the Viper 3, and then if it gets destroyed, we then deploy the Viper 1. All assigned squadron abilities or Gunstar weapons area of effect gain a plus 50 radius. Yes, and we want her on the flat gun, which I think she's on. One extra nuke every time this area resolves a nuke one. Or he increases radius. I'm going to go with the radius. I think it's more immediately useful. Some of you may die. Big nuke. Yeah. Thing is, we only got 2 nukes going into this battle, which I think is going to be our biggest problem. Oh yeah, is that leveled up? No, someone's leveled up though. Oh, the Raptor. Ooh, unit gains plus 10 damage to its primary weapons. I think that's actually the best one here. Like, range is nice, but plus 10 damage. Defo. Okay, so we've got 2 turns left. That is arrest workers. It's a 4-turn thing. That's a future me problem. Let's take 150 fate. And let's take some more scrap. Ah, shit, it's our last remaining. We can't do that. In which case, we might as well resolve that. It's all or nothing on this, because this is basically going to be our last fuel jump. Well, are we ready? We should probably do that. And do that. Here we go. Now, Torty, I kind of might need to put you down for this. Check the AoE boost. Yeah, let's have a quick look. So, yeah, so she's on the flat gun, and he's on the stun missile. Which I think is probably the more useful combo. Right, Torty. I know, but I'm going to have to put you down, I'm afraid. I need to be able to pause fast. That means we're about to push the space bar. And you can level up Xeno. Oh yeah, we can, can't we? Can we assign that to anything? Every time it destroys an enemy unit, there's a 33% chance. Yeah, we'll take that. So that means actually, you could shout, chat. We can now assign her to. We'll put her on the Raptor. Here we go. Yeah, so we've got 2 more security events for next round. If we survive this, we should be able to work out who the Cylon is next round. We really, really need to be going somewhere that's got fuel, though. Okay, at least there's a refinery wreck there. Right, YOLO. Everything's set for battle, Commander. But why aren't they attacking? What are they waiting for? Prepare for. The lights of the CIC behind you. A voice snarls out of the speakers. Oh, that's rich. Survivors. Escaping their fate. The tone is genuinely curious, like an entomologist who has just discovered a new species. How fascinating. Mind if I take a closer look? Not sure how, but we've got power back, Commander. Something in you, in your eyes, has always intrigued me. Curiosity is your obsession, even when in danger. I truly admire how you hold on to life. Number 3, the philosopher. What do I want? Why, it's obvious. To study you, of course. The base star's shooting at us, sir. By all means. Cylon Raiders, here we go. Dead or alive. Right, so we've got a new gun in. Right, chat. Remember, so we've got 2 dead shots. We've got 2 Vipers, so if one ship gets destroyed, we can deploy another one. We've got 3 weapons here. Oh, it's not impossible. Oh, fuck them. This is what we're saving our dead shots for. I've come up against coordination relays before. They are the most fucking annoying thing on the planet. They basically give you... They give them like boosts to evasion and damage and everything. So we just need them gone. How much health does the relay have? Hopefully not enough to survive at just a giant shot. I think we're going to use a nuke on those if they need it. That's the protector thing. We need the protector down. Right, I think we nuke the Dodgers. Big Yankees vibes. Actually, I didn't mean you to get over there quite that fast. Can you not be in there when that goes off? Thank you. Oh shit, that's not good. Okay, yeah, I think... Right, we're going that. That's getting flacked. Now I made a time to panic a little. We're not at panic point yet. We only have one nuke left though, so we can probably take these out without flak, you know. That's the thing we need to kill. Oh, almost. Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Right, we put auto track back on. Yes! Okay, that's going to help. That will help enormously. Right, fixer, heavy raiders and fixers down here. How are we doing this? Give me options, chat. So we can stun someone. Flak up. Ooh, yeah, good shout. Flak on that one. Fire your dead shot in the next 20 seconds if you want time to reload. Okay. Good shout. So what we probably do is flak down here. These two over here. Those dodges are going to be a pain. Okay, we let them get in close. There's a number top right to cool down on their special. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Yeah. So do we ignore the coordination thing? Yeah, we need the Deadeye in 19 seconds, so let's hold off on that. Okay, I think we flak over there. We stun one of the fixers. Flak's going that way. EMP is active again. Yeah. So this should take them out, I think. Jesus, we're not even halfway. Nope. Right, that's the fixer down. Right, I need you to deal with them. Oh, damn, that's hitting our mining ship hard. Dodgers, man. Oh, there's two of them coming out. got to take that out before it lands. You've timed it perfectly to nuke the special. I mean, I think it's going to drop 2 more of them before the end of the round anyway. Right, that lot's getting nuked, but we've got to deal with that. I don't know if this is going to work. I bet you it heals up when it deploys. Yeah, it does. Right, we're dropping a nuke over that side. You have a second dead shot. The thing is, if it's not going to kill it, like I could just EMP everything over here. I need that down. Right, squadron down. Right, that squadron's almost dead. I think we want to get its dead shot off before it dies. Oh, fuck you. That's the fucking annoying thing about those things. You see what I mean? These things are a nightmare. Flax up. I feel like if we had some more nukes, we might have been alright, but... Two more coordination things going down. Yeah, those coordination things are a fucking nightmare. see, basically we're just not hitting anything now, because those overlapping coordination things are just boosting everything massively. Oh, almost made it back. Oof. Well. I mean, technically we survived. Technically. Silver linings. With the Twilight Chaser gone, Commander, we no longer have to worry about that workers' strike. That was one way of solving the workers' strike. I mean, I'd say it's an extreme way of solving a workers' strike. Unsurprisingly, there have been some morale drops. We simply can't reach Galactica with a Cylon in the fleet. It's too risky. What you call extreme, I call efficient. Right, well. Yeah, I am aware, Bullseye. Right, let's find this Cylon. I think we listened to rumours. I mean, not being funny. I'm thinking it's one of these two. Interrogation. Yeah, but we only got 20 supply down. We got shit to deal with. Everything is fine. Right, well, first things first, we need some fucking fuel. Oh, we can't do any of that because we haven't got any fucking fuel. Right, so we have to do that first before we do anything else. Now we can do that one, and we do it at Munia. Right. Ship event would solve our crisis. We've got a whole bunch of these we're going to need to deal with. Right, what's the consequence? Right, we can't afford to be losing that. We've got to deal with that. We literally can't solve all of these. That's going to be a 200 hit. Or cost 4 to deal with. That's a 100 health hit. That's going to leave us on 76 fleet health. And that's... we've got to do at least one of them. New crisis just dropped. Missing army equipment. %30 down to all supply gain for 2 sectors, or minus 20 scrap every 3 turns. I'm not even going to put that one to the vote. We're just going to have to deal with that. We've got so many fucking fires we're putting out here. I think we're going to have to take the hull damage and take that fleet health hit. Because we just got to do some of this shit. Because if we solve this one, we get her point back. Right, we can obtain a civilian ship. A salvage vessel. Obtain a moderate amount of a random resource per jump. Okay. Right, so if we deal with those 2 things, we probably have a solid shout of working out who our Cylon is. Right, we need to deal with that because we just can't afford to take the health hit anyway. We've got to deal with at least one of these this turn. I think you're a Cylon. Right, we've got to repair that. I don't think there's any other... $20 max hull? That needs repairing. Okay. Right, we've got 1 action point left. In theory, we could do that one next turn. A general census. Is it really the time, guys? Oh, we're doing drugs again, are we? Righto. I mean, all we did is 6 on that. It's going to give us a clue. That means we can put on a ship now. Yeah, we really do need to repair that. I just don't feel we want to do investigation until next sector. I think we're the Soviets, quite possibly. I think we need to just harvest some time. Oh no, we take this. We could go. No, we don't want to lose another Tilium. We've got 2 turns. I think we want Tinium. I mean, we could make it. We got no nukes left. At least it's not a boss fight. Okay, that would give us fleet health, a refinery, and a bunch of scrap. That gives us a refinery, a shipwreck, it's a scrap, and a gun, potential weapon. I think we're going there. Oh, if this throws out a bunch of dodges, we're fucked. Every 10 seconds upon battlefield arrival, one unit will gain a Cylon overload emergency EMP discharge. Every time unit hull points go to under 50%, it applies stun to all enemy units within range. Fuck you. And all units deployed get Cylon mutation neurosims. Great. Sounds fun, everyone. Well, let's see if we can make it. A mine dropper. They sound fun. How about you don't do that? I mean, to be fair, mine in the right place is not the end of the world for us. Then these units too close together, yeah. Okay, that doesn't look fun. I think what we want to kind of try and do is lure them in a bit close. Yeah, it was a bit of a waste, but... It's a fucking mine drop, you arsehole. An arsehole place to deploy a unit. Damn, those things have got a lot of health. That's 7.9 seconds, 7.9 seconds. Right, raiders I'm not fussed about. I mean, even to a certain extent, the mine layers I'm not fussed about. If they lay their mines far enough out. Can the mines activate on enemy ships? No, but we can blow them up and do damage to them. So they can do friendly fire damage, basically. We just got EMP'd. Deadeye is up. Yeah, I'm saving it for these fools. Actually, no, maybe we use one of them now. Let's use it on that. That thing's got a lot of health. Oh, we're all EMP'd down here. There's some blue on blue coming on. When in doubt, shoot your own ships. Soviet political commissar. Look, sometimes you just got to do this shit. Oh, I feel like this is run over. Emergency jump. I mean, could emergency jump. I think it is probably run over. But I just want to see if we get through. I want to find who the Cylon was before we finish this run. Oh, we just lost the ship. I want to find out who the Cylon was. Ooh, miraculous rescue. We didn't lose the ship. What? It said we wouldn't lose the ship. How does that work? It's from that ship. Oh, okay, I getcha. Give me some rumors. Right, that one we do have to deal with. Actually, we should use the person we think is the Cylon. I mean, how's our... Everyone hates us. Right. I feel like we can rule those two out. There's a lot of question mark, a lot of exclamation marks going on over here. Okay, it's not her. So before we resolve this, we definitely need to use her. I mean, look, if it isn't her, we resolve a crisis and get her points back. Probably should have scrapped that, really, but we're not going to make it past the next round anyway. I just want to know who the Cylon is before this run ends. Of course it's her. She had all the cool... No wonder she was able to act twice. Does that mean that... Yeah. It's Umunia. She's in the hangar. 2 Marines are down. Frack, she knows. To the hangar now. Boards a squadron. Stop right there. So, you finally got it right. Took you long enough. You will pay for what you've done. We'll see about that. Oh shit, we can't just airlock her. Gave 140 fleet health for that. Add a special mission POI to obtain a legendary hero. I feel like for closure... Just for closure, as we know this run is definitely done. But you wonder who this moment should be easier for. Listen, I... Press the button. Cylon looks just as surprised as you are. She's sucked into the void. Her silhouette shines for a second. Becomes just another fleck. Everyone back to their stations at once. Well, everyone's happier now. I mean, technically it means we could actually take these two. At least that one, fleet hit. All good, a crisis. Some discrepancies in the event trees. Some of the drugs we store for emergencies have, well, disappeared. Could use your help in looking for them. Could be the dockers aboard that ship. In fact, I'm sure of it. If we do nothing, they'll keep stealing. So minus 30% all scrap gain for 2 sectors. Or we lose 2 supplies every 4 turns. So we need to deal with that relatively quickly. What are you going to go for, chap? Poll is up now. Twitch integration timeout. Maybe it's timed out, yeah. Okay, well, we're going to go with that one. Let me go to settings. It says disconnect. I can reconnect it. We'll try the other one. I mean, we're almost done with this run anyway. Okay, so in theory, we've got 2 people left to act with. There is a bomb there we need to defuse. Squadrons need repairing. Damage resistance? I mean, might as well. Took some hull damage there. That's going to be fleet damage. I'm inclined to take it. So that's the last Viper repaired. Okay, that one carries risk. So actually what we probably should do is Dude Hill does this one. And then we do that. Ooh, we got a crisis. Microwave oven, custom kitchen. Someone or something's a bad batch of Fumarella, we thought, or a rock chamala grower. Voices cannot hear each other. Space is junking. Old friends trying to kill each other. Sounds like the swirl and twist of overstretched meds, bad ambrosia, and common fatigue. Nothing a crate of Sims and Morpher won't cure. Pattern of rapid onset mass psychosis. Brain damage from local radiation. So plus 40% to all supplies costs for 2 sectors. Or plus 30% to all fleet health losses. Let's see if the poll works. Yeah, I think the poll's timed out, isn't it? So clearly it just needs reconnecting. because I'm not seeing stuff going up here. But I'll look at the other things coming in. Most people going A. Okay, we'll go A. A seems to be the preference. It's not having you to send the Polar's open message in chat. Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking for. Okay, so reach level 2 in Gunstar hull reinforcements. And we got a couple of those as well. So that's... okie dokie. Got a level up. Weak every time it applies damage to a unit. Yes. And... yeah, we want to swap our guns around, don't we? Yeah, we'll swap that in for that, basically. I think we harvest some scrap. At least we can then get one repair in. Fleet health equals free health. Well, basically, yeah. We got one more we can start something on. Some scrap again. Here we go. I don't think we're surviving this. But I mean, given that this is the first run, it's not bad, really. Maybe emergency jump. That's true. But it doesn't really gain us much, because ultimately we're going to die on this anyway. We're not making it through the final battle. Automated weapon fire, yeah, nasty. One more round to repair. Yeah, but I just don't think we're geared up. Like, we haven't got any hull stuff on this. So it's first run for this save, so it's like, it's not bad. Okay. Ah, shit, I forgot to swap the gun out. That's annoying. So we get bonuses after running. That's true. You know what? You lot are right. Because we take no damage to the ships then. You can actually win this game, in theory at least. In theory, you can reach Galactica. Head to the bar. A triad with the military. I'd quite like the military situation to not be tense. So we'd have to do fuel first. Training days. Some key personnel will be away for 2 battles. 20% on everything. I'd also try an emergency jump all the way to the boss if I could. I mean... it's basically the next sector after this anyway. I mean, we could do that. Like, we don't need the supplies, so we don't have to do that then. I think we do want to do that. Well, we definitely wouldn't survive. And the underworld are now hostile to us. Righto. I think we actually want strategic gunner though. Like, if we harvest fuel... Little fingers. Another report of stolen supplies, Commander. Teams complaining about the thieves. The thieves are smart, discreet. They take small quantities each time. It's going to be kids, isn't it? We lack visibility on how to solve this, Commander. We could upgrade fleet logistics to... Yeah. It is 1 supply every 4 turns. We get a whole bunch of bonuses for upgrading fleet logistics anyway. Like, we should have done it ages ago, basically. We just haven't got the scrap. We upgrade those too, we're laughing. Crisis. Obstruction to science. Oh, the underworld. It's because the underworld are hostile. The R&D lab hasn't been restocked with chemicals. Without them, upgrades would be nearly impossible. Obsession to chemicals. And 2 sectors, the price to come down. I got news for you about what's happening in 2 sectors, Hadid. I mean, actually, we can just take that. Right, in theory, that gives us enough to emergency jump our way out of the next sector, which would get us through to the final boss fight. So what we probably want to do is finish that off. Because that gives us enough to deal with that. Presented with the upgraded security system, everyone seems quite excited. Installed cameras, automatic detectors, which all help us identify the culprits. Kids! Children, sir! Kids! Ha! That's rich! Group of well-organised orphans who steal here and there to get by. Sing songs while they're doing it. We have intel they'll soon meet aboard the Yapitas. Let's nab these little mice. Heal crew. Yeah, we should actually heal them, shouldn't we? Otherwise they would die. So we could... So we don't have anyone to do that, so we can't do that anyway. Hello, Napoleon. Is there a Shirley downstairs? Is that what it is? You turn the aircon. Oh, actually, I don't know if we can do that, because it's going to cost us one to jump, and then we wouldn't have enough for the emergency. So let's just do that and that. Oh, interesting. So they're both safe sectors before you hit the final boss one, then. That's nice. We get some nukes out of this, so why not? Yoink! No blessing. Galactica is a few jumps away. Your Exo raises her head from Dreda's screen. She looks concerned. I hope they'd leave us alone, but the Cylons, they're still there. Sigh, noticing a tension in your neck. We arrested the Cylon on board. We searched everywhere for a hack or a device. Nothing. How are they tracking us? We double-check everything. Don't think we have a choice. We can't join the Galactica with an army of Cylons on our tail. Never felt so tired. Yeah, true that. Right. Well, in theory, this is a safe sector. So... stop suspects. I mean, we can spend supplies on this, can't we? Because we're not going to do anything afterwards. You detect a directed microwave pulse emitting from Marsh Argus. Exposure to radiation like this could explain... Ah, we can have a team there in Nobor time. There you go. Does the other one... both 6, so we do one like that. Rested the orphans. Good. Orphans should be in jail. Found their stash, an impressive collection of food and medicine. Give some to the Marines, they could definitely use it. Give it to the dockers, or just take the supplies. The orphans long for the jails, yeah. How are we looking? Let's see if we can get the workers on side before we finish. Apparently not. Right, so this one, we use a person. People on Marsh Argus suffered brain damage from microwaves, sir. Spillover from a turf war between rival drug dealers. Armed with directed energy weapons. Ooh, okay. No, these drug dealers are reliable ambrosia and morpha producers. Prisoning their leaders would leave a power vacuum that might cause further social and medical volatility. Drug dealers must face justice. We can hit the bar up for the last time. Oh, we need help on that one. What's this one first? The officers have voted to support the fleet for the upcoming fight. Well, I'd hope so. Help will be small, but we can't be picky. I mean, I kind of hope they'd be involved. You know, what with them being the military. Yeah, the officers have voted to do their jobs. Like, thanks, guys. Strike a special deal with the military. Okay. I'm in. Let's do this. Our engineers have been secretly working on different projects. I mean, I feel like you should be doing that officially. I mean, all of these things seem terrible, but sure, why not? We're going to die in the next battle anyway. Right, well, we do want some nukes. We might get something useful out of this. All enemy missiles creates a decoy for all enemy missiles. I don't think we're going to use that. Scrap it. Fuel would be nice. We'll get fuel in a minute. I mean, I feel like the Unworld shouldn't be disrupting our final battle. Feels kind of against their own interests. Oh, survivors, a pleasant surprise. Right, so we can trade 30 scrap for 1 Tyrium. Or Tilium. We could sell some stuff. Like, we could sell that. At this point, it's not doing us any use. Like, we can mine 1 for the jump. That would give us 70 scrap. So we actually want to mine twice. 60-second mark in battle. Assigned squadron is restored to 100% of its max points. Yes, please. Workers won't join a battle or else they're going to go. Yeah, exactly. Right, well, we might as well do this. Can we afford 4? No, it's a boss battle. You can't jump your way through a boss battle anyway, can you? We're basically up against the final boss, I think. Right. So, check our deployments. So we want her on that because she's got timely repairs. She's going to be on something, I'm guessing. Doesn't really matter what she's on. They're all there. Weapons. We're going in with all of our weapons. I feel like we want that, him on that. Oh no, he does the slow. She do? Marksman, range. So actually, no, that is the right layout. That is. Yeah, okay, that is right. Okay. Ready to die, chat? Oh, let's see, we're so close. We have a shot. Spooling the FTL jump right away, Commander. The fleet has received the coordinates. Here we are. It'll be over soon. As the comm rings in front of you, everyone stays quiet in the CIC. Demeti looks at you. So you put your hand on the receiver. Sorry I'm late, Commander. I really am. Voice is soft, almost reassuring. Still, you know it's coming from the base star on Dradis. Hate to keep you waiting. How inconsiderate of me. What do you want? Commander, multiple missiles incoming. Well, to save you, of course. What else? Most of us feel resentment, even anger towards you. I do not. I feel peace, tranquility. Why wouldn't I? How could one feel otherwise, knowing that tomorrow your kind will cease to exist? You monster! The day of reckoning has come, humans. Soon all will be over. Just let yourself go. It doesn't even fit on the screen. Well. I feel like we want the nukes in. Maybe we should have moved them onto this. Oh well. I got high velocity missiles. Launch a huge salvo of exploding shots at several positions on the battlefield. Damage 100 per shot, area of effect 15 TU. Sounds fun. God hand, is that good for us, yeah? Oh damn, they're spawning fast. I feel it's going to be a nuke early and nuke often. That's interesting. They're grouping up over there. I'm guessing that means something big's coming. Oh, damn. I'm guessing something big's coming. Like, why would they all move up out that side of that range if something big's not coming? I mean... Maybe he's flak on the mines. Well, don't forget, they can take damage from the mines. Unless they've now got friendly fire stuff involved. See a relay, yeah. Very encouraging UI you got there. Yeah, it's pretty, isn't it? Oh, fuck you, relay. Can't even see the missiles. Right, there's two there. Okay, there's one there. That doesn't look healthy. What was it about encouraging looking UIs? I mean, the good news is it hits their ships as well. I think it's dropping a whole bunch of more shitty stuff at us, so... Alright, there goes one squadron. Oh, rip one ship. The hero with regen at 60 still alive. I'm pretty certain she's on the Raptor. Oh no, she was on the first Viper. I mean, I feel like that helped me more than it helped the Cylons. I mean, we're just turtling down here now. Gotta take those missiles out. If we can take those missiles out, we actually have a chance here. just got that missile. Can't wait to see what the units warping in a 0-second mark look like. That's going to help me more than them. I mean, the basic problem is we're not going to hit any of these. We're just completely frazzled out here. No, we almost made it though, chat. Three, two, one. Oh! No, I bought the jump. Colonel? I've investigated the whole Gunstar and we can't jump. We can't hold it forever, sir. What should we do? All that time, we were leaking data to the Cylons from the CIC. What are you talking about? Why? How? It's a virus we received from the beacon where we found Adama's message. That message. So moving. So glorious. All hope is not lost. Rejoin with the Battlestar Galactica. I will guide you to a refuge. A bit dramatic if you ask me. We couldn't get the coordinates, so we decided to follow you. All of you. Hello. Yeah, I know, kids. Maybe now's not the time. It's the puppies. It was the big red-eyed puppies. Sir, a big chunk of data is being transferred to the base star. It would lead them to the Galactica. Oh well, so much for the element of surprise. My God passed judgment on your kind long ago. Any attempt to delay would only anger me more. I've stopped the upload, sir. We'll never make that jump. All we can do is keep this thing from following the civilian ships. We have undetonated payloads aboard the Gunstar. Give the order and we'll stop them right here, right now. I'm having my face cleaned at the moment, chap. She's really reading the room. She's like, this is definitely the best time to do this. I'm choosing to imagine that I'm standing in the CIC, holding a tortie who's licking my face as this conversation's playing out. You take a look around you. The whole CIC understands the situation. You will never see the Galactica with your own eyes. You are Commander Adama's last defense. Sacrifice. Oh, look, it resets the timer to 1 minute. Oh, we're not going to make it to that. We got so close. The second health bar. I don't know what you mean. I'm being licked by a tortie. I'm saying, oh, the boss is critical. Yeah. Oh, well, we almost made it. That's furthest I've made it in a run, though. That is a lot of unlocks. Tortie, do you really have to do this? We fought well. Made it a lot fun. I didn't think we'd make it past the first boss fight. Hat tip to whoever said the last jump was getting in. It was worth doing the emergency jump on that last one, because it absolutely was. And yeah, just in time to hopefully watch Spurs get relegated. So we unlocked a bunch of stuff. So how this would work. They're here. We failed. At least let's enjoy one last drink together. Sometimes you have to admit defeat. I'll save everything. So basically how this works now is we now have this amount of points that we could spend on things to boost the start of the next run. Stop running out the window. Come on. Not climbing out the window. And first floor story, for fuck's sake. So basically, for example, we can spend points, and these don't disappear after this run. So your point total stacks. It's everything you keep earning. So, like, for example, next run could start with an extra 200 salvage at the start. Start with a free reroll. And start with more supplies at the start, more fuel. All civilian ships participating in battle gain 30 XP per rank. Definitely would want that on. All items in shops. All hero traits obtained level up and all squadron abilities are 15% rarer. Player squadrons gain 5 extra speed. So basically all sorts of stuff like that kicks in. And then you do another run. And I presume we could even do the other ships now. Why couldn't we do that? Like, we beat him? Oh no, it is unlocked. It is unlocked. We just don't get any perks on it. So now we could do that one, which is a fleet led by an Atlanta-class Gunstar, providing a defense ship and an industry ship. So that ship shoots down missiles, and this one generates nukes. And then presumably once we've done a run with them, you could use the Vanguard, which is another one. So yeah. So we start there, for example. And these bits vary, so the personnel vary. Should I gang? This time it's between the military and the underworld, so we will do the military. And so, yeah, so you see we've got a ship here that generates nukes. There's a chance to generate nukes on jumps. Whereas this one destroys one enemy missile every 20 seconds, and that levels up. So, yeah, so it's all good fun. All enemy squadrons and target area lose all temporary effects. So quite nice. Quite useful later on, ultimately. So yeah, good fun.